Hello, friends. Hello. It's looking a little different in here. Hi, guys. Happy Saturday. Hello, hello. Hello. Just waiting on the little YouTubes. Hi, guys. Good morning. Good morning and happy Saturday. Hi, Deborah and Gabby, Rainey, Scrapped NH, Winnell from San Angelo, Texas. Oh, Winnell. In the good way, bless your heart. Not like in the South way, but in the good way, bless your heart. And all of you that are in the middle of like debilitating heat waves right now, just stay inside and stay cool and stay hydrated. Hi, Kylie. Nice to see you. Oh, Kylie, I love it. That was great. If you guys are ever early, well, if you're early, if you're late, if you're on time, whatever it is, thumbs up is really good. So if you're still here, give the video a thumbs up. I would love that. Let's see. Hi, Mary J. Blige from Minnesota. Rosie from Colorado. Hi, Marilee. 111 Renees. Oh, that's a lot of you, Renee. From Nashville. Julie from rainy Florida. Oh, I bet it's nice and humid for you, Julie. Hi, Sarah from SoCal. Oh my goodness, Sarah, that sounds amazing. Sarah said she's going to hang out for a little bit, and then she is heading to the Getty Museum to do a perfume making class. Holy cow. Observatory? Getty Museum and Observatory, I think. I can picture it on the hill. Oh, Rosie, I love it. Rosie said this is her first live and she is so excited. So I'm excited for you, Rosie, and I'm excited for all of us because we're here again to have fun another Saturday. If you are new, welcome. My name is Lael and I have a business called Lael by Mail. When I am not traveling, we're here on Saturdays on my YouTube channel and we are doing what I like to call creative listing. So usually a couple days in advance, Thursdays, I will post on the blog at least three listing topics, and then we get together here. Some of us get together live, like we are here. Others of you can't make it live, but you watch, I don't know, later today, you watch next week, you watch next month, you watch next year. Some of you are, that little line in there is a little, that's gonna bother me. Well, we'll fix that in a minute. I get sidetracked. That's called a squirrel. Anyhow, some of you are just now finding me after like 3 years. And so regardless of when you're watching live or watching the replay, whenever you're watching the replay, welcome. When I do my lives, there is a ton of information in the description box of the video. So tons of information. There is a link earlier on that is called What I'm Using or something like that. So when you click on that link, it will show you the products I'm using today. Now, that link changes every week. And there have been so many of these, it's too hard to have a separate page for all of these videos that we've done, for the last 3 years. But you can always, pretty much find the things that I'm using on my website, unless you're watching from 3 years, watching a video from 3 years ago, and a lot of times those products just aren't available anymore. Anyhow, things I'm using available on my website, laelbymail.com. In that description box, it takes you directly to the What I'm Using page. That makes it really easy. If you're watching live, there's a live chat that takes place. That's how I'm starting to interact with some folks, because you can participate in the chat. It doesn't take anything. I think you have to have a user ID on YouTube, but that's free. And then you just chat with us. So it's really fun that you guys interact a lot. And we have a couple of you that I know of that you tell me, there's 3 of you I know now in Oklahoma that have now gotten together and have formed a friendship based on meeting in the chat here. So I just love that so much. Some of you I know will never meet in person, but you feel like you know each other because you're chatting back and forth on Saturdays and sometimes in the Facebook group too. So if you are watching live and want to pop in the chat and say hello, do that. Once we get moving and I start working and rotate the camera, it's a lot easier for me to see and keep up with the chat. But right here, a little bit hard. If you are new, just know this is a constant. Every time that I see YouTube will take little snapshots, little thumbnails for you. They suggest it's what you use if you need to for the thumbnail for the video. Every single one, I'm like this. My hands are in the air. So I talk with my hands. So just know that that's a thing. I can't not do it. It's just one of those things that happens. Let's see. Hi, Aunt Recreates. Brenda, good morning from rainy Southern Michigan. Carla from Arkansas. I know, Sarah, you'll have to let us know later how that goes because I'm sure that'll be amazing. I mean, what a beautiful location. And then making perfume. Perfume is, I love perfume. If you didn't know that about me, I have a lot of different perfumes. It's one of my things that I like to acquire. Hi Jackie, nice to see you. Scratch and sniff, wouldn't that be awesome, right? Yeah. New here, right? Sandra Dooling, Sandra D Design Coach. Sandra, welcome. Love having you, love having everyone, but I always love it when we've got new folks too. So welcome. Hi Kelly, nice to see you, Kelly. Kelly, I think just, what's today, Saturday, Thursday, I think on Thursday, my friend Trisha at Firefly Farm and now Fox Forest Retreats announced that I will be there in September, this September, teaching at a Rican retreat. So look at that. Any of you that are kind of in that area, you can see that on my website. If you click on coming soon, then it shows you what products, what projects, and where I'm teaching coming up. Hi Jane, nice to see you from Steamy Hot Philadelphia. Oh, that just does not sound pleasant, steamy hot, does it? Joy, good morning. Happy to see you. Okay, I just scrolled through lots. So, I know that you're here. I can see, but we could just sit here for like 3 hours and I could just interact with you guys and read the chat, which I would love to do because that would be so much fun, for me. But some of you are like, yeah, no, I'm not here for that. So let's talk about why we're here. We will be doing 3 creative lists today. We have a little bit of chatting to do at the beginning about just a couple of housekeeping items. And then I'll rotate the camera. We'll look at the 3 lists that we did last week when we were together. And then we'll jump right into our 3 lists. Sound good? So what's going on up here? Normally you see old-fashioned cameras, okay? Vintage cameras up here. I've told you guys a couple times, I think that I'm having my craft room, my office craft room. It is right inside our front door. So it's like the office when you come into a house, right inside our front door. I have had the same setup probably for 20 some odd years, and it's just not working for me anymore. My business has changed quite a bit. I do a lot of filming like this, and what I have kind of going on back here just really isn't conducive to what I need to do anymore. So all built-ins, custom everything being done. And we've been working on that for about 3 months. And I told the cabinet guy, hey, listen, give me a heads up. I need about a week's notice before you're going to come and start the install. Okay. And he's like, okay, no problem. I said, because you see all this? This is a lot to go through and move out. It's not just like you've got a TV cabinet that you need to move out. So there's a lot. And he's like, no problem. So Nick, my husband, I asked him to text cabinet guy on Thursday, and the cabinet guy is like, oh, hey, how about Monday? And I'm like, Monday. Okay. Now, if you have ever worked, hold on, I just remembered my glasses were dirty. I meant to clean them. If you've ever worked with a contractor before, I don't know how it is in your area, but in our area, contractors can basically print money. I mean, they're so busy. If you're good, they're so busy. So I contemplated for about 1.5 seconds saying Monday, no, that's not good for me. And then I'm like, what am I thinking? If I tell him that's not good for me, I'll go to the bottom of the list, and then who knows when, he'll come back. So Monday, all of this is out, and then they'll start the build. So hopefully, I think it'll be done by next weekend. Now, some of you have a class with me on Monday night. Don't worry, we'll figure it out. Maybe in my kitchen, but it'll be fine. Yeah, anyhow, so yesterday afternoon started, I'm about 1/3 of the way done of cleaning the room. Well, not only cleaning, it's like purging, because I have to go through everything, because I'm not going to take it all out and then just put it all back in and then deal with it later, as much as I would like to, because that'd be easy. So yesterday afternoon, I'm about 1/3 of the way through. I'll do a little bit more this afternoon, and then tomorrow will be kind of the rest of it. Yes, so things will look very different probably next Saturday. We'll see. We'll see if hopefully they're all done by then. I mean, it shouldn't take more than a couple days, the guy said, so crossing fingers. Crossing fingers. Let's see. Hi, Martine. Nice to see you. Our friend from the Netherlands. It is late at night for her, so you'll see us later on the replay. Lovely. Yeah, Aunt Recreate said, smart choice to stick with Monday. Aunt Recreates, whenever I see your name, it always throws me for a loop because it's uppercase, lowercase, and I'm like, wait a minute, what? But it stands out. I see it. Yeah, no pressure. I know, right? No pressure. Sarah, am I having the garage sale online? So the furniture that's in here, Sam is taking one piece. This our younger son. And then the rest of it, there is someone local that is, she is potentially buying it. So as far as all the other things in here that I will no longer be, like the supplies and stuff that I will no longer be using, I have Lily that works for me. She has a neighbor that has a daughter that's a teacher. So I always have a teacher box going, and that's what we call it. It's teacher box. Lily, put this in the teacher box, put this in the teacher box. So that goes to that teacher in their school for, you know, whatever they would like to use it for, either school or personal or whatever they like. Then I also have a large giveaway box going. So a couple times over the last couple of months, and this, you may have stumbled upon one of these in your order, but there may be packages of things that were in my stash that I'm no longer using. They may be things that are very gently used, like maybe a sticker sheet with 1 or 2 stickers missing, but everything is still really good. I think, you know what, I might as well just pass that on. So you get a little Happy Mail in your box. There's a little sticker on it that says thank you for your order, and that's Happy Mail. So that is what the plan is, to continue doing both of those things. And then garbage, you know, just sometimes there's just stuff that's, you know, garbage. So that's the plan. That is the plan. Oh, Terry. Terry said, my husband just heard you say that it will be done in a week, and he started laughing. Too many years in construction to trust a 1-week turnaround. Well, Terry, the guy originally told me 1 to 2 days. So I mean, all of there's basically this whole back wall, end to end, which is about 12 or 13 feet, is one piece. Wall to wall, one piece. It's got lots of cabinets and things in it, but that is that. And then across the room, a smaller piece, and then I'll still have a big island like I do now. It's just a different island. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. If we are, I don't know, in the backyard next Saturday, then you'll know that something was up. So crossing fingers, right? You can all cross your fingers with me. And probably what I'll do in the Facebook group, I'll probably, I don't know, maybe do a couple lives just showing you what's happening if you guys want to see that. I should probably do well, I didn't do a before, but I could kind of do a before right now. And then do a during when it's all empty, and then do an after or a progress or whatever. So I'll do that if you guys want to follow along. Oh, Mary J, don't even say that. Blasphemy. She said it's hopefully better than her 6-month remodeling. Yeah, I'm going to have a problem. I have a big problem with that. It's like, dude, I have a business. You can't just like drag it on. Hi, Stacy just popped in. She's in New York City for a long weekend to do things. I love it. I love it. I love it. So you can list later, right? Wanda, yes, they're building the cabinets. They're building everything. So I decided all the dimensions. I decided in these, I want drawer, you open up the cabinets and the drawers pull out. Over here, I want to open up the cabinet and a shelf pulls out, and that's where my printer is. So I can just pull it out, print, shove it back in, close the doors. So there was a lot of thought that went into it. So we'll see. We'll see. But it's my business. So I won't say I need it because, you know, I don't need it, but it will certainly make things a little bit easier, a lot easier. Kathy, for sure take along in the remelt. I will absolutely do that. Hi, Lori. Lori said, hi, Lael. She's from Iowa, here from Iowa, but a beautiful day. Plus you get to watch me. I love that. So fun. Thanks for joining. Okay, guys, let's talk about some housekeeping items. Let's talk about what is coming up right now. Next week, rest of the month. So right now, if you have not seen it or are not aware of this, it's Christmas in July. Christmas in July on the website. This is the 3rd year in a row that I have done that. There's 2 things that happen during Christmas in July. Number 1, there is a really good sale on last year's Christmas and winter products. Everything is already marked, so you don't need a coupon code or anything, but it's been shopped. I will tell you it's been shopped. There are quite a few things that are sold out, but there's still quite a few things left. So I think anywhere between like 40 and 60% off. So if you are in the, oh gosh, time for the fan already. If you are in the market, or you don't even know you're in the market, but you're like, I like to use Christmas product, you might want to check it out. And when you get to the website, laelbymail.com, there's just a big banner right there, so click on that. The other thing that happens, sorry, I'm working on the fan here. It needs to be much higher, much higher. Okay, there we go. Oh yes, my little gift to you, there is a coupon code, and that coupon code you will also see there on that banner. I think it's 5Xmas23, Anyhow, it gives you $5 off your purchase of $25 or more. And that's on anything on the website. You don't just buy the Christmas product. So if you have not taken advantage of that, you should, because if you're shopping, that's like free $5. So make sure you take advantage of that. Both those things run through the end of July 2023. So that's what's happening right this moment. On Monday, so a follow-up reminder email will go out about this later today. Those of you that purchased the Hello Sunshine mini book project kit, those of you that purchased that, class is on Monday night. Now, if you can't make it live, like anything, you can always catch the replay. The first email went out about that a couple weeks ago, so reminder email will go out about that today. So just kind of keep in mind Monday night. I'll also post that in the Facebook page and Facebook group. Those kits are now sold out, so, and I won't be making any more. Let's see. Oh, the other thing, What's New Wednesday. I will be doing a What's New Wednesday this week, so that will also be here live on my YouTube channel. That takes place on Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of new product. There's a ton of new product. I've done a little shopping, which I love, because then it's one for me, one for you. But brought some really fun things in that are definitely craft related, but there are other things that aren't craft related. There are two like book bags. One is for national parks, and you guys know my love for national parks, and it's pink, has national park stuff all over it. And then the other one is a books reading, kind of book bag or tote bag or whatever it is. There's a whole bunch of new reading stuff. Stickers, and there's a mug, the bag, and things like that, because I love to read, and reading seems to be, it's kind of come around again. I don't know, it never left for me, but seems to be really popular right now in hard goods like that. So in mugs and bags, and then of course stickers, and then scrapbooking, crafting product as well. So I will show lots of things on Wednesday night. We'll do it at least for the next 2 weeks in a row, and I do them periodically. It just when I have new product to show, or enough new product that it makes sense for us to get together. So the best way for you to know about those when they're coming is to just obviously like, but then also click subscribe and click the little notification bell, and then you'll be notified. So we'll see lots of fun new things on Wednesday, and one of those new little things I will show you today, because I've had them for a while. Some of you have asked about them because you see me pull them out and use them every once in a while, and it took several months to source them, and they just arrived yesterday, and they are from Taiwan. So I'll show you those too. And I think oh, I know. So now we talked about today. We talked about next week. Let's talk about the rest of the month. Right now, we are slated to list here on Saturday every week in the month of July. So today's the 8th. That means we have 3 more of these. Now it's possible, I always say tentative because you never know where the wind might take me. We may not be together the last weekend in July, but I'll make sure to let everybody know if that's the case. But right now, we are together every weekend in July, because I've been gone a lot. There's been a lot of traveling, so we're all here. Or I'm here. Let's see, Wanda said, I'm feeling much better, so I'm ready to clear out my craft room and start over. Yay. There's something, you know what? I don't know. And maybe it's just the older I get. I've also been doing that in my closet. So I'd say, you know, when they say, this will be one of our lists one day, because it's on my master list of lists. When people will say, what's your toxic trait? One of my toxic trait is buying clothes, and then not putting them away. And then by the time they get put away, they either don't fit anymore. I'm like, what was I thinking? And so yes, I'm trying to work on that toxic trait. But yes, right now I have five big garbage bags of clothes that will be donated. So lots of clearing out of the things right now. But there is very, Wanda, there's something very kind of refreshing and rejuvenating about going through your things, whatever they are. You may like Tupperware, and you need to go through your Tupperware, or maybe your pantry needs to be cleaned out and fully cleaned, reorganized, and things like that. So there's something I think very freeing and energizing about that. It's just when you have a very short time frame to do it in, then it's a little bit tougher. Okay, guys, I'm going to flip the camera and we're gonna get started, okay? We'll get started. We'll continue. There we go. Still doing that old school, you guys. That flip of the camera is still very old school. I did try for about, I don't know, 3 or 4 months, a different piece of technology, an app that would let me just press a button and I could easily flip back and forth between this view and then the view on me. But tons of feedback from you guys. You can't see the writing. You could not see the writing. You couldn't read the writing, and because that's kind of what we're doing is making lists. We're back to the just manual rotate, which works. It works. Oh, my coffee's across the room. So, Terry said we like old school. I do too. Good morning, Linda May. Colleen, thank you. You're always so good at that. Colleen always remembers. It helps me remember to plug my phone in after I flip the camera, because if I forget to do that when we're on for several hours, the phone will die, which is what I use for the filming. And this is what's so awesome about Colleen. If she's not going to be here, she asks one of her friends to do that, and then one of her friends reminds me. So I love that. I love that, you guys. Or it's not even like an in-person friend. It just may be one of you that's here, and you know Colleen's not here. So then you're like, oh, hey, don't forget that. So I love that. You guys are always awesome. Okay, quick sip of coffee. Aunt Recreates. Love that Vicky Wooten paper. Yes. Yes. Vicky's a dear friend of mine. In fact, Nick, my husband, and I were in Toronto last month. Nick was there on business, and Vicky lives outside of Toronto, so it was just a no-brainer. So we, Nick and I, and Vicky and Rich spent the weekend together, so we had a lot of fun. But yes, this is her travel collection. Where to next? So I will be using some of this on one of my lists today. Wanda. Oh my goodness. Okay. So Wanda has gone through a very a difficult and challenging medical issue. And Wanda just typed in the chat, during her sickness, she's lost 43 pounds and lots of her clothes don't fit. She still wants to lose 50 more, so if they fall off of me, they're staying. And you know what, Wanda? I mean, if that's what, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But okay, I don't want to say congratulations to you, because if you could have chosen, you probably would not have chosen that way to lose some of the weight. But good for you. That's a positive out of it, right? That is definitely a positive. So that's awesome. Karen, oh good. Karen said, thanks for resending the link to the video for the class. I finished it last night. What a fantastic album for the upcoming trip. Karen's talking about my Enjoy the Journey mini book project kit that's available. She purchased that and is going on a fun trip with some family, and yes, it'll be perfect. High purpose poetry and planning. Is that an alliteration? Is that what that is? When you have everything starts with the same letter, alliteration? I don't know. One of you guys will tell me, but purpose, poetry, and planning, 3 Ps. Okay, guys, we're ready. Let's take a look at our 3 lists from last week. Kathy, oh my goodness, congratulations. Kathy said, my son is getting married next Saturday. I will have to catch the replay of the week. Kathy, you have a pass. That is okay. You can miss because your son's getting married. That's very exciting. Very, very, very exciting. Okay, so we did 3 lists last week. We started out with Terry, really quick. Terry said, Major Squirrel. Lael, can you show us the page setup you did for your travel TN? A friend is going on a cruise and I want to set one up for her. Terry, shoot me an email or go look in the Facebook group. Normally I would say absolutely, but that all across the room is where all of my Traveler's Notebook and that project, all my Traveler's Notebooks are, and where that project has been living since we got back. All of that is downstairs now because that whole side of the room is cleared out. So check Facebook group or shoot me an email and then we'll go from there. Alrighty, so last week we did 3 lists. Last weekend was the first weekend in July, which means that was time to do our About Last Month for the prior month, which was June. So this was my list from last week for About Last Month for June 2023. And this is the same type of list I do to recap a month. It's something I started doing about 3 years ago. And for me, okay, it's going to sound, it's life-changing when it comes to crafting. Like, not really life-changing, but crafting life-changing, absolutely, or documenting or storytelling. For me, landing upon this format and kind of this idea was really a game changer because I don't do a lot of 12 by 12 scrapbooking anymore. So I wasn't telling a lot of the stories that I wanted to tell because I wasn't doing 12 by 12 scrapbooking. So it's always 2-page spread, always has photos, and always has something going on up here that is using the 2023 About Last Month stamp set. And then I just do my list, just a run-on list of things that happened during the month. So literally, well, this is how you can see. Literally, just pull out a little idea book for reference. If I go to the chapter, the table of contents, About Last Month, page 18, I go here and you see all of the About Last Months. There's a lot of them, right? All of the About Last Month. So really, I can look back and go, oh my gosh, what was happening? What did I do in July of 2021? Oh, there you go, because there's my run-on list of July from 2021. So that, and I think that's how a lot of you have found me, is through that, kind of that concept, that About Last Month concept, which, I don't know, I love it. It's been a big game changer for me, personally. Okay, next one. This one, last week I said we kind of were doing time capsule lists, things that were very, very, very time related. So one being About Last Month for the month of June. That's a little time capsule. I can look back on this in 20 years and go, oh my goodness, that's what happened in June of 2023. And it's a quick read. This one is also a time capsule list. This one we started doing in December. So I think that would be our 7th month in a row now doing this one. Today looks like this. So we just pick a day. Last week it was June 29th. So I pick a day every month. And I just do a little recap, a little list of the things I did that day. This, I wish so much I was doing when I was in high school, when I was in college, when I was a new mom, or in between there, when I had graduated from college and just started my career. The things that would have been on my Today Looks Like This list back then are so different from now, right? I mean, look at shipped orders, worked on an email blast, planning fall classes and kits. Oh, liquor store. That was probably on a list back then. But all of those other things have to do with my business. And 20 years ago, if I could look in the future and I'd see this list, I'd be like, whoa, 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 wait a minute. What? Planning fall classes and kits? What is my life like? So this to me is, I think, if you're doing this, and it's however you're doing this, I even say you don't need the product. You need a piece of paper and you need something to write with. That's all you need to make a list like this. Even if you have young folks in your life, so kids, grandkids, nieces, nephews, maybe you're a teacher, this could be a really fun thing to do with kids in a classroom. Once a month, pick a date and have them just make a list, because that's easy. There's no pressure. There's no pressure in making a list. And I think that's why what we do here on Saturdays sometimes works so well, because there's not a lot of pressure. We don't have to think. We're making a list about what we did that day in this example. I wish so much that I had something like this of my grandmother's or of my mother's. How cool would it be to look back on something like this that my grandma wrote, in the 50s, like what her day was like. It's just this type of time capsule, I think gets me so excited about what we do here on Saturdays. So I finished this one up last week. I had moved on. I had not done anything with this second page other than the background was on. So I did lots of layering here. And on that spread, I had used the Pretty Little Studio Sun-Kissed collection. On this one, I had started to use a little bit of the little things from Simple Stories. So all that stuff you find on my website. But this, I love Sun-Kissed because it's just so bright and colorful, perfect for the summer. Gabby, let's see. Let me go back and see some things here, guys. There's some questions. Yes, Terry. So Terry said you did ask me to remind you about showing us how to do the rub-ons. Yeah, I have a stack of rub-ons here. So we will do a little how to use rub-ons 101. Aunt recreates. No. She said, does anyone else ever feel like they are boring seeing... Wait, boring. They are boring seeing... Oh, that your lists are boring compared to mine? Is that what you mean? Clarify that so I know. Linda May and Aunt Recreate said, love the idea book. You guys, that is quite the resource. And we're going to talk about that when we start on our first list on how I see people using it when we get to our first list. Do I still have these on my site? Terry, which one? Is it this one? Is it that notepad? And Gabby's asking the same thing. They just came in again yesterday. This is a staple. This I continue to reorder and reorder and reorder and reorder. So this is just a notepad. It's a 4x6 notepad that has today looks like this, space for the date, mood, your little check marks here, and then just blanks right there. And then one good thing today, and today was. So that is a fun piece to use if you are kind of working on your list. I also always use that and that. And those are two other products that always, when we go back to, let's see, when we go back to that list, where are we? Do I have one? Anyhow, it'll be in a past book somewhere. Maybe here? Oh, well, I know it'll be in here too. Oh, there we go. So there's March, right? Look at, basically, same thing, okay? Same thing. I use the same three products. Those are 2023 months die cuts you'll see on the website. And these are cocoa chipboard numbers you'll also see on the website. And then that little pad is called Today Looks Like This. They are back in stock. And I will continue to carry those because I'm going to continue to do this list. Aunt Recreates. Okay, now what is she saying? Oh, you need the product. Oh, I understand. Okay. Linda May said she loved how the right page turned out. So adorable. So here's something, you guys. Here's a little behind the scenes. And some of you may have been there for this. I knew I wanted this to be a 2-page list. I wanted to just do kind of some decorating here. And then I got stuck. I'm like, I don't know what to do. I was pulling different things out. Nothing was working. And I just finally said, you know what? I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on to our next list, and I will come back during the week and finish this list. That's what I did. Sometimes you need to walk away, and that's in life, right? Not just in your crafting, but sometimes you have to walk away. There were a number of times when our kids were younger that I just had to say, you know what? I am leaving. I'm leaving the room. I'm going to go in my bedroom. I'm going to shut the door and I will be back in a few minutes because I have to walk away, right? There's no different here. Sometimes you get so frustrated with what you're doing and you feel like nothing is working. If you're a parent, that also may ring true, or a teacher or a dog or cat owner, whatever it is, an employee, you may be doing things and you feel like they aren't working. For me, when that happens, I walk away because I had fresh eyes when I sat down stood up because I stand. When I came back to finish this list, I had fresh eyes, and literally it probably took me 10 minutes max to do that. So don't be afraid to walk away. Okay, don't be afraid to walk away in crafting and in life. All right, let's see. All right, third one was in the news. This is another list that we do on repeat. So we did 3 repeat and repeats last week. We did about last month, we did Today Looks Like This, and we did in the news. So in the news is similar to about last month, but when I do in the news, it is news related as opposed to personal related, okay? Personal news. When I first started doing this about last month, I was including news things in there too. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, this isn't gonna work. There's too much to go here, and then there's not room for news. So I started doing a separate in the news. Of course, new stamp set came out when I started doing that because for me, in a lot of cases, my stamps that I release, necessity is the mother of invention. So I wanted something that I could use for in the news. So here we go. I always have some kind of photos going on over here. Those are never my photos, right? I don't know any of those people. I wasn't at any of those events, but I just go to Google. So for example here, Hollywood Writers Guild, they've been on strike. So I just went to Google and Googled Hollywood or Writers Guild and then found a photo that would work, saved it to my camera roll on my phone, and then printed it on a large 5x7 with 7 other photos using the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. I'm watching you guys to see, those of you that are Amazon Prime, I am watching to see if maybe that goes on sale on Amazon for Amazon Prime Day. If it does, I will post on the Facebook page and the Facebook group, because those usually run around $250. But if they go on sale for Prime Day, that would be really awesome. That's pretty much all of the photos you see me using in my Traveler's Notebooks. I use that printer. So it's just a nice compact little printer. Prints 5x7, 4x6, 3.5x5. I travel with it. Now, I don't travel like, if I'm traveling, I'm going to be crafting somewhere, I travel with it. But if I'm like going to Ireland and Scotland, I don't travel with it. But it's just a, little guy like that. It is an amazing printer for the size and for the cost. To make a collage like that, I use the Epson Creative Print app on my phone. And there are a bunch of pre-configured templates. So I say, oh, I think on this one I want to do 8 photos. I find the pre-configured template that looks like that, has space for 8 photos, pull it up, push my little photos in there and print it out. So super easy. There's one thing that I added after we finished the list last week. I felt like, I don't know, I felt like this just looked super plain. I'm gonna hold that up to the camera so you can see it. I took out a highlighter. Okay, I took out a highlighter and I highlighted some of those things on that list, like Tina Turner died, or Elon Musk resigns CEO, Ron DeSantis, Harry Kissinger turned 100. So I just highlighted some of those things. Highlighters in lots of places, but these are the ones that I used. And these I have on the website. They are Kokuyo. And what's kind of unique about them, why I brought them in, they have 2 colors, okay? So you on this one, light pink, dark pink, and depending on how you hold them, they do different things. If I hold it this way, it just highlights that color. If I flip it and hold it that way, then I have my darker color. But if I hold it vertically, whee, I get both colors. So they're kind of fun. That's what I used. Just, just one side, just one end is a plain old highlighter. Jane said that photo of Elon Musk is hysterical. I thought that was pretty funny, right? I thought that was pretty funny. Okay. Oh, you know what? I love this. Terry said, I took my printer to the cabin last weekend and printed pictures as I took them. So my soon-to-be 4-year-old granddaughter could make her first scrapbook. Oh, got to start them young. I love that so much, Terry. I love it. And I bet she loved that, or is loving that, right? You could tell us the boys made you take a timeout. Yeah. All right, guys. So those were our 3 lists from last week. You can always go back and watch the past videos if you missed them and want to see more about how one of those came together. Okay. So 3 lists today. Our first list is about travel. I have traveled my entire life. And when I say my entire life, I really mean my entire life. I was born in Texas, in Kingsville, Texas, lived there for 3 months and we moved. My dad was in the Navy. He was a Top Gun pilot. So we moved a lot. Not only did we live in the US, we lived for 4 years in Japan. So my travel started out early, and that travel bug, I'm sure that's where I got it. I grew up traveling, so that's just what I knew. It's all I knew. So when Nick and I, my husband, were on our trip in May, we were in Amsterdam, Scotland, and Ireland. And that was originally for our 25th wedding anniversary, which was in May of 2020. We know what happened there. So we rescheduled for May of 2023. We did a lot of driving. We did tons of sightseeing. We did it all on our own, no tours. We planned everything ourselves. So we did a lot of driving. And as we're driving, we're talking about different things. And in one of those drives, we started talking about the different countries that we have been to. Now, Nick is born and raised in the same city in Utah. So he has not done as much international travel as I have. So my list was much longer. And as I started making the list verbally, as we're having the conversation, I thought, you know what? This would be a fun list to do. For me, it would be a fun list to do, to make a list of all the countries that I visited. Now, some of you are like, I don't have a passport. I've never traveled outside of the country. I really want to do this list, but that's not going to apply for me. So then what I would say to you is, guess what? There is a whole section in the idea book about travel. So I would go to the table of contents, chapter 13, travel, page 59. And this is where I'd get ideas on, what kind of other travel related lists might I do? What I love about going on vacation, travel essentials, things you always want to make sure you take with you when you travel. Travel bucket list. So maybe these are the places that you want to go to, not the places you have gone to, but the places you want to go. Packing list, things you love about traveling. Favorite things about going to the lake if you go to the lake. Favorite things about going to the cabin if you're Terry and you go to the cabin. Your favorite outdoor adventures, favorite things about going to the beach. So lots and lots and lots of ideas related to travel if you ever, in this case, there's a list you're like, doesn't really apply to me. You always have lots of other options, and the idea book will help you with that. This is one. So those of you that like to travel, but you don't necessarily travel a lot out of the country, this is a great one. States I've been to. This list we did back in 2020. So I did a list of all of the states I had been to. Now, I listed all 50 states and then just put little check marks next to the states that I'd been to. So if this doesn't apply to you, the different countries that you have visited or traveled to, you could switch it up for different states. You could also switch it up for different cities in your state. So, or province, okay? So cities, states, countries, provinces, lots of different options that you could kind of just vary things slightly to still do the same type of list with a little bit of a different flavor. Kathy said, good morning. She's been wanting another picture mate. Oh, Kathy. She's hoping it'll go on sale. Terry's talking about we had so much fun. Her dad asked her permission to purpose to our, oh my gosh. Okay. Terry's granddaughter's dad asked their permission to propose to their daughter. So engagement soon to follow. That's why I said soon to be granddaughter. That makes sense. I did not pick up on that, Terry. Oh, that's fun. That is so fun. Very cool. Very, very cool. Okay, friends. Here we go. I am using Vicky's Where to Next collection. Boy, it is toasty. So now has to come out the second fan. I have a fan next to me at level 7. I'm going to up that to level 9. It is oscillating. Hopefully trying to stir up the air in here. Studio lights, that's the problem. Well, let's be honest. Summer, it's hot. I don't have the fan on in here because then the overhead light has to be on and then that gets all weird. But then also menopause, so it's warm. Now comes the face fan. So that one's going to get plugged into. That's just how it is. That's how it is. I have shorts on too. Okay, that's probably time for the coffee to go away then. It's not even hot anymore, but all righty. There we go. One more. Nick's golfing today, surprise. So he had a work golf thing, tournament. So he left at like 6:20 this morning. Okay. All right. So I had pulled out lots and lots and lots of things from Where to Next. Paper pad. I have pulled out a bunch of the die cuts, both the journaling die cuts and the icons. I pulled out the puppy stickers because I love these. They're so fun, just the different colors. Some are solid, right? Solid hearts, solid stars, larger. You even have the little dots, and then you even have like the halfsies. The half hearts, the half stars, or not half stars, those have lots more colors. What's fun about this collection, you guys, a little behind the scenes. Vicky was out to see me last summer, and we did a little road trip to Las Vegas to see Usher in concert. And Vicky was working on this collection when we were driving, so that was kind of fun. It's always fun to like see it, right? Then see it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I remember when you were talking about these little stars and how they were gonna have different colors, and these little hearts were gonna be half and half. Stickers, all kinds of things. So I pulled out all kinds of things. This will be a 2-page list. This one, I really liked this one because very plain, but guess what? It's plain. We've got all this room here for us to write our list. And then I liked to write it down. What I also liked about this is that spot right there I could put my title there. I could stamp my title there. So it's almost like it's perfect. And then I pulled out this guy. This one, I love this. I love that paper from the pad. So I think I will do both of these. I'll do a 2-page spread. I usually, when I do my spreads, I usually do the list on the left and that on the right. Deborah, if you're still here, for you, I'm going to swap it. Deborah once reached out and she said, can I ask you a question? How come you always do it that way? And I'm like, I don't know. So I'll swap it. We'll see how that works. These are 6x8 papers. I need to trim these down. The reason I need to trim these down, these are 6x8 from the 6x8 paper pad. This insert that I use, the Traveler's Notebooks, the Traveler's Notebook inserts that you see me use, are called standard wide. These I have available on my website. Well, pretty much everything you see. Standard wide. So standard wide is 5 inches wide by 8.25 inches tall. I think there was some discussion, if I recall, in the Facebook group earlier this week. You guys were chatting about the difference between a standard and standard wide. Oh, Karen, if I have another little stack going for you of inserts again, Karen, as I've been cleaning things out. So I'll pop those in the mail once I get everything figured out. Difference between standard and standard wide. Standard wide, 5 inches wide by 8.25 inches tall. This is a standard. Standard is also 8.25, but it is not as wide. That's about 4.33 inches. So it's about 3/4 of an inch wider. But when you open and you're working on a spread, that gives you about an extra 1.5 inches. And that is, in a small space like this, an extra 1.5 inches is a good amount of space. So standard wide is 5 by 8.25. I bring that up because 6x8 paper pad, I need to trim this. It's too wide for me to use. So let's get, oh, forgot to get my trimmer. This whole side of the room, I could not start going through anything yet because today I'm like, I can't go through that. Lily's like, because Lily's helping me. I'm like, okay, let's sort these over here, pull these, put these here, put these in the teacher box. So it was a two, it definitely was a 2-man job. No, Nick did offer to help and I politely turned him down because I know what would happen. He would say, why do you have this? Don't keep that, throw that away. I did though, I was very excited yesterday, you guys. I opened this little jar and there was money in it. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And there was $260 in it. And I have no idea when I put it in there. So it was like, oh, it's so excited. I was very excited. Okay, so I need to trim this down. When I am trimming down for a base, so like this page here, or this paper that I trim down for the base, I always trim that base to 4 3/4 inches wide. 4 3/4. The reason is if this is 5 by 8.25, the paper is 8, which means it's a 1/4 inch shorter. I want the width to be 4 3/4, so it's also a 1/4 inch shorter, less wide. So then there's an even border all the way around. So I need to trim a little bit off of, actually, I can leave this here. I'm just going to trim from this side. So 4 3/4. Like so, because then I maintain that nice blue color. I was thinking that I would need to trim a little bit off here, but that's perfect. That works great. All right, then on this guy, I will round the outside corners, and I round the outside corners because the corners of the inserts that I use are rounded, and I just like that look. I know Susan said, wow, hi Susan. Susan said, wow, love found money. You know what, even if it's $1, like Rosie said, she found $5 in the dryer. Like $1 in the dryer, you're like, oh, money. It's just found money and it doesn't matter. Sometimes you even see a penny on the sidewalk. You're like, oh, a penny. And then I'll pick it up, but not if it's not heads up, because there's some superstition about if it's tails, then you should leave it. I don't know. Terry, this collection is Where to Next. It is Vicki Booten's Where to Next collection. All right. Now what's cool about a lot of the parts in this collection, like this paper, nothing to do with travel. This one's really fun. It just has some, you know, travel related words and phrases. Nothing to do with travel, nothing to do with travel. The clouds, nothing to do with travel. Vicki does a very good job in her collections about making sure that you can use pieces in the collection for things that aren't themed, okay? That's very important to her. I know that because she told me that. She uses her collections to teach, and when she's teaching with them, she can't teach travel forever, right? So she likes to put a good balance between themed things, in this case travel, and then non-themed things. So you can use it for lots of different things. All right, so there we go. That's going to be there. Now this guy. So this guy is definitely too wide, right? Your Canadian is coming out. Kylie, I know, right? Okay. So now I have this piece, and I need to trim this piece down as well. It needs to be 4 3/4. So I think what I might do, well, I'm doing two things here. First of all, I'm going to fussy cut this. I'm going to just cut around this circle because I think I will like the way that looks better, especially since this is white and that is a little bit of a kind of taupey color. I don't know, grayish, whatever. So then I'll put it on there, and when I put it on there, it will kind of have white on both sides. So we'll just do that. And then it is still too wide, right? It's still going to be too wide. That helped a little bit, but still too wide. So I think what I'm going to do, I think I'll cut it probably about right here so that it ends up kind of like that. That's my idea to start. So you know what's funny, Kylie? I hear people ask if I'm from the Midwest quite often. And I don't, it must have something to do with words I say or how I say them. Definitely not from the Midwest. Oh, let's see again. I think right about here. And you know, I say, oh no, I was born in Texas, and people are like, no, I don't hear a Texas accent. And that's like, well, yeah, because I didn't live there for more than 3 months. Although we did move back to Texas when I was in, third grade, because he got stationed there again. All right, so this is going to be a little bit like that. No. Okay, this one I'm good with adhering down now. The other one I am not yet. The other one, oh, I know. That just reminded me. I totally forgot to talk about the giveaways from last week. I usually talk about that at the very beginning. So while I'm doing that, let's talk about that. While I'm doing this, let's talk about that. I always do giveaways when we're together because I like to share. I think it's fun. And so the way you participate in the giveaways is I ask you to leave a comment on the video when it is over. So not in the chat. I tell you, hey, come back anytime when the video's over. Some of you will just, right when the video's over, you just leave your comment because then that's easy. You don't have to remember. So in between when the video's over and the following Saturday when we're together again. So that following Saturday when we're together again, I will pick just random winners from those comments. I literally just scroll, and wherever my finger stops, that's the person that wins. So we had 2 giveaways from last week. We did 2 prizes. One was the About Last Month, or the 2023 Year in Review Project Kit, which is that little guy. So it's the full kit to put everything together along with the class that goes with it, video class. That one goes to Irene Mueller. Really quickly, you guys, the way that I let you know is I reply to your comment. So when I reply to your comment, I don't know if you have to set something up in YouTube, but anytime you guys comment on the videos, I always get an email with that comment. So if you are leaving comments, you might want to just double check your settings to make sure that it emails you if someone replies to your comment. Because that's how you know that you win, other than, you know, me telling you here. So Irene, congratulations, won the Year in Review kit. The second prize was one of the brand new stamp sets. the beginning and end stamp set, beginning and end. And that one is designed to start off and or end your traveler's notebook insert. So first page and or last page. So there it is, little beginning. And that one goes to Diana Hall. So Diana and Irene, congratulations. All right, and we'll do prizes this week too. So once we get going, we'll do prizes. Okay, I added this one. This one I'm going to work on off the page. I'm stamping, and if I can, it makes it much easier to stamp here versus stamp in here. There's just some bulk I have to contend with here. So if I can put it down here, I'll work on it off the page and then come back. I know I will do some things. I thought this might be kind of fun to put in there somewhere, that little airplane. I might do, oh, I don't know, something like this in here. We'll see. So I just pulled out some things I thought that I might want to work with. So we'll leave those there for a sec. Move this off to the side. Here, I need to spell out the word countries, because this is a list of countries that I have visited. I was looking at the, oh, okay, this looks fun. This isn't what I need, but I just noticed discover new places. That could be a fun sticker to use in here somewhere. This is the sticker book. Lots of good icons and tabs. I was looking for an alpha. Okay. I was going to use Willy. I was going to use Willy Alpha, but as I look at this and I look at the size of the Willy, hang on, Willy Alpha, let's look. There's Willy Alpha. So it's Willy or Reggie. We have two alpha, no, actually three. There's three male alphas now. Scatter, Willy, and Reggie. So that could fit, the Willy, I think, looks like they would fit in here. Let's look. So Willy was part of my March release of stamps, and my friend Christine, let's see, my friend Christine, I had help design the stamps, and she has a very, very, very unique style. Everything is hand drawn. All of this is hand drawn. So she does a ton of hand drawing, and then colors things in. So that's what Willy Alpha is. I need a stamp block. Let's see here. Will they all fit on this one? See, probably not. Okay, bigger stamp block. Wanda, you're going to the Herman's Hermits concert. How fun. Enjoy, Wanda. Enjoy. Okay, we probably need this guy. We're just going to go right to the big guy. Right to the big guy. So countries. Let's look and see if we think we are going to like the way that this looks. Because if it's not this one, then it will be Reggie Alpha. I don't know. Both lists may end up being Reggie Alpha. Both lists are, I can already tell in my mind. Both lists are going to be Reggie Alpha. Well, for sure this one. So we'll come back to this one. We may use Willy Alpha. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, Reggie Alpha. I think Reggie Alpha is going to fit in there a little bit better. So, C-O-U-N-T-R. Okay, I think we still need the big one. All righty. Ha ha ha. I have a feeling. I know, I haven't used these before. I've not used that stamp set before. So here's the deal, and I'm going to talk while I'm doing this. When you get a brand new stamp set, a lot of people don't know this, especially if it's a photopolymer stamp set, you need to condition the stamp set or prime the stamp set before you use it. So I'll explain in a minute what I'm doing, but I'll keep talking while I am doing this. The reason you need, the reason you need to prime or condition your stamp sets before you start using them is part of the manufacturing process. When photopolymer stamps are made, there is a thin coating, invisible to the eye. You cannot see it. A thin coating on the stamp surface. You need to get that off. And eventually it will wear itself off after you stamp with the stamp a number of times. So that is one way that you could do it. Just stamp a bunch of times, and then that little invisible layer will no longer be there. Another way that you can do that is what I'm doing. I have a block eraser. So it's just a white block eraser. I only use this eraser, this guy, for conditioning my stamp. So I'm not worried that I've got, pencil, lead mark, graphite on the eraser. I just use this one solely for conditioning my stamps. And I very lightly just rub that eraser over the top of those stamps. This, what I just did, is probably my biggest tip when you're conditioning your stamps. When you have a brand new stamp set, take 5 minutes and do them all at once. This stamp set has, 20, 26, 30, 26. Wow, 52 plus 10, like 70, let's say 70 pieces. If I condition each one of these at a time when I am ready to use it, that will take me forever. When you add up all those minutes. If I just take 5 minutes and do this to the entire stamp set while it's on the sheet, right now it makes it much easier. So you can stamp with them to get that layer off. You can erase. Some people say you can, do that to your hand. I don't do that. I just do the erase. So I want to show you, if you are not familiar with this, if this is like, whoa, wait a minute, what is she doing? I didn't know you had to do this. If you like to stamp, but you hate to stamp, it's a love-hate relationship. I know this is one of the reasons it would be a love-hate relationship. If you don't know this, a lot of times this is what happens. So do you see those little 5s there? I did not condition the 5 before I started using it. So I always test stamp first. Always, always, always do a test stamp before I start on my project. So look at that first 5. Do you see how it's kind of splotchy? Second 5, I re-inked, splotchy again in other places. Third 5, it's splotchy all over. The 4th time I stamped the number 5, it looks good. So it took me that many times to just stamp in order to get that little layer off. If you are not doing any kind of conditioning before you start stamping and you don't like the way your stamps look, that's probably why. You probably didn't know that you needed to condition because your ink is not adhering to the surface of that stamp. I think we're there. I think we're back. Weird, weird, weird. It's good, right? Nope, it's good. There I was. Yeah. Somehow looked under my phone and it said, you lost your connection, you need to reconnect. So what you just missed is I pulled out my chamois. Okay, this is a stamp chamois. It is wet. And I am just going over the tops of all those stamps just to get any of those little tiny eraser pieces that may be on there, okay? So there we go. I'm just cleaning that off. If you're not familiar with the stamp chamois, you'll also see me use this to clean my stamps after I stamp with ink. They look like, where is it? I put it in one of these drawers. I didn't clean out the drawers yet. Where did it go? Well, I don't know. See, it'll be so nice when this is all done and I can go, oh yeah, here it is. That's what it looks like when it's brand new. It's just like a car chamois, right? It gets stiff and then you wet it and then you do whatever you need with it. So that's what this guy is, but mine is very well used and loved because look that's just what it's for. It cleans and so forth. Now, it's been sitting here long enough that it's dry, but if I wanted to use these right away, always dry first. Now, like I said, this is dry, so I'm not worried about it. I'm just kind of going through the motions. You want to make sure that your stamps are dry before you put ink on them. Very important, especially if you're using a pigment-based ink, especially if you're using a distress oxide ink that is made to react with water. It's made to react with water. So if this is still a little bit wet, and you put your ink on and then you stamp, the color that you're getting is probably not what you're expecting because it's reacting with water. So always a good idea, dry. That two-step process, I use 2 different tools, right? I use a chamois and I use a microfiber towel. I used a microfiber towel because it doesn't leave any fibers. Some of you will use a, like a baby wipe. If you're using a baby wipe, make sure that it doesn't have little fibers all over it. I bought some from Amazon and they had little fibers. So I was doing this to kind of clean, and it left little tiny fibers all over my, like little hairs all over my stamps. And then I had to get all those off and clean it again, because you don't want little hairs in your stamps because it affects the stamped impression. So condition and then dry before you start using. And now I'm ready to go, right? And now that's all done. I'm not later going, oh shoot, have I used the cue before? I don't remember. Should I condition it? But I don't have time. I don't want to condition it. Take the time up front. They're all conditioned. You're ready to go. Alrighty. So now I am going to grab my letters to spell country. Okay. I am using this stamping block that I'm using is part of a set. It is a 4-piece set. I have loads of stamping blocks on my website. This is part of a 4-piece set, and these little guys are nesting. So it has 4 pieces, and they all just nest together in that little thing. That's probably 99.9% of the stamping I do. There is a size there that works. So I'm using the biggest one here. This is one of those cases where, and it's not just an excuse to buy more things. Having the right tool for the job is important. If you have one stamp block, then obviously it has to be a large one because you need it to work for all the things, C-O-N. It has to work for all the things. When you're stamping with little tiny stamps on a really big stamping block, it just makes it a little bit harder. It's not impossible, it just makes it a little bit harder because you have a lot of other area that's kind of interfering with, kind of the pressure and yeah. C-O-U-N-T, T-T-T. One of the new products that I mentioned that I just brought in kind of reminds me of the stamping stylus. Cindy said, do you wash the chamois? You don't have to. You do not have to. There is a video that I put with the chamois on my website that is from Lawn Fawn. Lawn Fawn is the one that makes the chamois. And it says, it kind of just shows you how it works, but it says you don't have to wash them. You don't have to wash it. So all of this, now it's stained, obviously, with the different ink colors from cleaning, but that doesn't affect it. It's just, it's not transferring that color anywhere. C-O-N-T-R-I-E-S. Okay. Stamps versus stickers. Stamps versus stickers. It's not a controversy, C-O-N, but some people love their stamps, some people love their stickers. Stickers are nice because they're easy and they're fast, right? And they're less expensive, kind of. So it wouldn't take me anywhere near this long if I was using alpha stickers. Now, on the other side, alpha stickers, you run out of letters, you don't have the right color. Yeah, so I think there's a place for both, and I use both. It just depends. C-O-U-N-T-R-I-S, countries. Oh, look, it fits. Countries will fit right there. Now, I would never put my ink on and stamp right there. Oh my gosh, that is brave. I don't do that. I will always do a test stamp first. Always, always, always. And that is what it's just an old composition notebook. So I've just got a place that I can stamp to test. I'm testing for a number of things here. Number 1, I'm testing to make sure it's spelled correctly. Number 2, I'm testing to make sure it's lined up. There's nothing crooked. Number 3, I'm testing to make sure there are not any little hairs or dust or lint I don't think, I can already tell. I think there are a few letters there that I did not fully get conditioned because I can see the ink isn't quite sticking. Okay, look at, this is an example. Do you see in that S, it's just not quite, it's kind of, it's a little bit transparent because I didn't quite get that fully conditioned all the way. Now, I won't go back and condition the whole thing again. I definitely won't do that because now that I've stamped with it, it'll be fine. So I'm checking, it's lined up, it's pretty well even. It is spelled correctly, yes. I like the way it looks, I like the color, I like all those things. But guess what? There's one thing I don't like. When you are spelling in one word, right, there is a lot of space in between those letters. That's more space than I like. If I am doing alphabet stickers, those would be much closer together, because that's the way I would like it to look, much closer together. The reason there's all of that space, I can't get them any closer here. I cannot get those any closer because they're as close as they can get on the stamping block, but there's a little bit of rubber, whatever that material is, plastic, whatever it is, that surrounds each stamp. So there's a buffer, so they can only get so close together. Well, if I had remembered, I would have done this from the onset. There's a little package of 2 new stamping blocks. See these little guys? Little teeny tiny guys. So they are 1 inch by, oh gosh, well, I don't know. I could pull up my other ruler where I would read all the things, but about 1 inch by about a 1/2 inch, okay? And this one is also 1 inch, okay, inch by about a little bit more than 3/4 of an inch, okay? So these are similar to my stamping stylus, right? Look at baby bear, mama bear, papa bear. You guys know the stamping stylus, how awesome it is for your little tiny bullet stamps. Well, look at these. These are great for stamps that are a little bit larger. So I'm going to do this. Oh, that's the little package. So they come in a little packet too, and those are brand new on my website. Ms. L says she has those and loves them. Yeah, they're awesome. They're pretty awesome. So this is what I'm going to do. Very quickly, I'm just going to pick this up and put this right on there, okay? So these are great for smaller stamps, right? Smaller stamps. If this is the smallest stamping block I have, that's great, because this one would be way better than using this big one. But the smaller, more control that you have. So these little guys are pretty awesome. I also brought in a whole bunch of little stamps that fit on these. And now you can probably also imagine some new Lail by Mail stamps will be coming, like bigger. They won't be bullet stamps, but they'll be bigger, kind of like bullet stamps, but they'll be icon stamps. All right, so here we go. There's my C. C. Oh yeah, now I'm not going to worry about drying this off because I'm not using it again. So I'll just pop it right back on the sheet. And I am going to, this is when it's really nice when you're watching a video and somebody fast forward through all this, right? You can just see them go, boop, 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 but we're not doing that. So I'm just going to do all these little guys. And if you missed why I'm doing this, I just like for them to be closer together. I like my letters to be closer together. You see there's the C-O. And then you see here how far apart the C and the O were. So you might think, oh, that's no big deal. I wouldn't waste the time on that. But for me, that's an okay thing to waste time on because I like it better. Okay, we'll just keep going. Terry said she loves those. She just ordered them, and she said she hopes that I was going to use them. And I am going to use them. You've actually probably seen me, I think, pull these out before and use them. And you may have wondered what they were. And then I probably didn't say because I knew they were coming. So if you want to stamp, but you don't want to take a lot of time, then line them up all on the block like I did. But if you're spelling a word and you want to have a little bit more control of where things are placed, or you want them to be a little bit closer together, then you can do this. Oh my gosh, wait, country, oh my gosh. Okay, I thought I totally spelled that wrong. Yikes. And then in that case, we'd have to come up with a way to fix it, C-O-N-T, right? We'd have to come up with a way to fix it. And we wouldn't cry. I wouldn't get out another piece of paper. I'd say, okay, friends, what can we do? Sometimes that happens when we're working together, right? Sometimes I do something and I'm like, oops, oh, that didn't work out so well. And then we make it a teaching moment, right? Because we all do it. We all do things that, don't quite work out, and then I just figured we might as well talk about them and figure out how to make it work. Make it work. Like Tim Gunn says, make it work. Make it work. Ms. L said, I have some of the little stamp sets that go with these. I'm glad to see you have a few I don't have yet. And they're very reasonable. I think the blocks are $4.50, or the set of the two is like $4.50 or $5. And then the little stamp sets, I think, are like $4.50 or $5. So yeah, they're very reasonable. I will tell you though, the stamps, the little stamps are not, they're not photopolymer. They're not made in the US. So they're still awesome, but there is a difference between photopolymer and acrylic, for sure. Definite difference between photopolymer and acrylic, and I will show all of those on Wednesday. So I'll show the blocks again, and then I'll show all those little stamp sets on Wednesday. And those aren't the ones I'm doing yet. There's not the not the Lail by Mail ones yet, but they are the this company. So they're kind of fun. There's a set of numbers 1 through 31. There's the months, there's the days of the week, and then there's all kinds of little icons. Okay. Kathy said, I just sent you an email to add those little cuties to my order, which brings up a good point. You guys, if you have an order, anytime, this is anytime that it has not been shipped yet, and you know it's not been shipped because you have not received the shipping confirmation email yet, we can always add to your order on the back end. So do what Kathy did. You send an email and say, hey, can you please add this to my order? Well, usually what happens is you send an email and say, hey, Lail showed these. Could you please ask Lail to add this? And I'm like, this is Lail. It's just me. That's funny. But that's nice that you think that it's bigger than it is when it's just me doing it. Yes, but we can add to the, I can add to your order on the back end, and it just triggers an invoice to you, an email invoice. You click pay, and then it's added to your order. Some of you don't want to bother with that. You just place a separate order, which is fine, as long as I know that you place a separate order. Sometimes I know, sometimes I don't. It just depends on what's going on. All right, so I need to, before I do anything, I need to do a hand check, finger check, because look it, I have some black on there. I have black on my hands. I've been stamping. I want to clean my hands before I start working, or I'm going to end up with nice little black fingerprints on my list, and I don't want that. I mean, maybe you want to do mixed media and you want to work in black fingerprints on your list. I do not. So I have a little package of baby wipes here in my craft room, and this is what I use them for. I don't use them for cleaning stamps. I use them for cleaning my hands, just so I can make sure in the middle of a project that I don't have ink on my hands before I am ready to move on. That's a good little thing to kind of wet paper towel or run into the restroom or whatever you need to do. So there we go. There is countries, and it fits really well there. So think what I will do. Look at that little space right there. That little space seems like the perfect space to write, I visited, okay? I visited, that's easy. Countries I've visited, okay? So this is very unusual. It's unusual in that I don't often have a title at the bottom of a list, right? Every once in a while, and this one just happens because that worked well. I want to put this away right away. Always a good idea. You notice I cleaned in between using each stamp and put it right back on the stamping block. That way you don't lose any of your stamps. What's so funny? Sometimes you notice things after things are already in production. Look at that little blank space right there. We could have put something fun in there. Just now I'm realizing that. Okay, and then it's going back in my little case here. Once I get everything, once the cabinets are in, I get everything put away, I will do a number of different tours of the room and how I've set things up, because I've had lots of questions for that, or requests for that. And then they just go in my little container there. All right, so now I'm going to just bring this in a little bit closer so I can see what else I might want to do here. Now, when I made my list, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I have visited 18 different countries. I have visited 18 different countries. So there's a lot of things that are going to be on my list. Now, it is very plain up here so far. So plain, that was not intended. It's very plain. So maybe, what if I did something like this? What if I did my little airplane where it's half on this page and half on that page? I think I might like that better than it over here. Yes, stands out a little bit better. So now what I need to do, I'm going to take this guy, using my little glue pen here. I am just going to, I probably should have put this down first to make it a little bit easier. This guy will go like this. I probably want that, let's get maybe like that. Okay, now. It was quite amusing when Lily and I were going through everything yesterday. I was talking to myself the whole time. Okay, and then I should do this. Okay, then this could go over here. And I'm like, Lily, I just talk to myself all the time. And I think, I was trying to figure out why I talk to myself all the time. I think the reason I talk to myself all the time is because I do so much of this that I'm just talking to myself. So I'm like, should I put this here? And I'm talking to you guys, but really I'm talking to myself. So when you're here, I'm talking. But when you're not here, I'm also talking to myself. All right. Yeah, that works. I like that. That kind of helps to bring the whole thing together. So now let's go ahead and put this down. I feel okay about putting this down now. And I would have had no problem doing my stamping with it already in the book. It just makes it a little bit easier when you can, I find, to work off the page. And that's when I work on it, at least stamp on it, and then later go back and add it in. Especially when you start to get to the end of an insert. Okay, this is an insert. When you start to get to the end of an insert and you're working over here, it gets a little bit harder because there's all this stuff that has happened. So as much as I can, I will start to work on, or off the page. Okay, where'd that little travel go? Oh, there it is, that little travel word. Just pulling a few things and see what I might like. No. I am trying to stay away, I think, from that. What that does is that creates this big block right there. And I don't know that, I think to me that looks a little odd there because now you have this at the top and this at the bottom. So I think we'll maybe use that somewhere else. I don't know, we'll see. Maybe it comes like somewhere over here, we'll see. But I don't think I want to put anything there yet. I said I had 18 things, right? Oh, I just remembered. I forgot to add, oh, it's there. If I'm going to, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I had 18 or 19. So really, I need to use each one of these little spaces for my places, right? Oh, I had an idea. I think what I will do, I will write the name of the country, and then I think I will put the year, which means some of this I will know and some of it I won't know because I'll have to go back and kind of figure that out. So if I wanted to use, oh, look at, I have all these too. I have the Travel Notes puffy stickers. We'll see, maybe something of that goes over here. I don't know, we'll see. Bullets. I know I have a suitcase bullet, but then that's kind of a little maybe too much travel. What if we used these? Okay, I have, two sheets. They come 2 sheets to a pack. So I think what I will use, I will use these little hearts, and then that will bring in lots more color. So let's do that. And I will go in the order of Roy G. Biv, red, orange, green, yellow, blue, indigo, violet. So I'll go light first. I'll have to print these, like printing. You guys don't see me use printing. I just always do my kind of crazy writing. Red. Oh yeah, there's gonna, They are kind of a little bit. They're gonna have to get in there and all nice and squishy. They're gonna have to be like hugging each other. Red, orange. All right, guys, well, I am painstakingly adding these little dudes. How are you? How's your Saturday? What's on your agenda for this weekend? Are you trying to beat the heat and do anything you can to stay in the house or inside? Maybe going to a movie, red, orange, yellow. What are you doing? What are your plans for this weekend? Let's see. Oh, Kristen, besides your video for the day, the next best thing today is my happy mail that I'm receiving from you today. I'm so excited. I love it. Joy said, cute, looks so great. Dandy's looking forward to playing later today with her new Lail by Mail stamps. I love it. Hi, Mandy. Mandy was just outside tie-dyeing shirts for the first time. Messy but fun. Yeah, that is fun. Totally fun. Airplane die cut and the travel word. Maureen, those are from Where to Next, and they are from the icons and or journaling die cuts. So I think most of them are the icons, but if you click on the link in the description of the video that says what I'm using, you'll see the Where to Next collection, and then you can click on either package of those die cuts and you'll see. That one I know, well, I'm pretty sure is from the icons. I just don't know what that one's from. If it's the journaling ones or the icons. Red, orange, yellow, green. We have a couple of greens here. Brenda said her happy mail is arriving today too. Oh, Justine. Jealous, jealous, jealous. Justine is going to the Taylor Swift concert tonight. Christine, is that in Denver? Is that Denver? Kristen's going to my scrap center. I don't know what that is. 3:30 a.m. in Sydney. Hi, Lulu Girl. Lulu Girl is in Australia. Red, orange, yellow, blue. I guess this color goes next. Yeah, probably this one. Australia, middle of the night. I know. Love it, love it, love it. So you're like, what's on my agenda? Sleeping. I need to get some sleep. Kristen, that's exciting. Kristen said my daughter-in-law is possibly in labor, so I might be welcoming grandbaby 4 today. Oh, that is super exciting. Oh my goodness. So Kristen, how many grandbabies is that? Carla is headed to the hospital to sit with her mom. Terry is cleaning after a month of running away to the cabin. Oh, that sounds like heaven. Well, no. The cleaning does not sound like heaven. The being away at the cabin sounds like heaven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then I guess we're ready for the black. Sure, there's black here, so we might as well work in a little bit of black because my writing will be in black. And then we start over with our little guys again. These are just little teenies, huh? Red. Here we go. Red, orange, yellow, and now you can see why I put that in black, because we need a little black to, we need a little black to balance all this out. Huh. Let's talk about using things with dimension in your Traveler's Notebook insert. So these are puffy stickers. Now, they're not super puffy, they're not super thick. However, there is some dimension to them, which I just need to be aware of. Because when I get here, if I want to do any stamping here, I probably want to do it off the page and then adhere the page, just because there's going to be a little bit of dimension or bulk there, and I don't want that to affect my stamped impression, okay? All right, green. Now we're back to the sky. Green. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I know I have 18, but I don't remember if I have 19, so we'll just see what happens when we get there. And then this green. And then the blue, and then the blue. All right. Virginia said, I'm crafting, but I have to stop and go get ready to go out for dinner. It's 7:30 in Barcelona. Oh, Barcelona. Spain's on my bucket list of countries to go to. Have not been there yet, but I will. It's on my bucket list, so I will. Kristen has 3 boy grams, 9, 7, and 3, and you don't know what the 4th will be. Oh my goodness, maybe girl, huh? Let's see. Oh, Kristen, there's 30 of you. Run out of space for a gal that owns a scrap center. We do our crafts. Some do stamping, scrapbooking, some do cards, some do planners. It's really fun. That sounds great. Aunt Recreates, question, do you ever have to glue those puffy stickers down so they don't come loose in the TN? I haven't. I haven't noticed things fall out. Now those are kind of small, so we'll see. Let's see. We'll see over the next couple of weeks. I'll keep checking back and we'll see if we need to. Okay, so these are in chronological order. I put my list of countries in chronological order. The first one is Japan. Now, I mentioned I would put the years. I need to go back, and before I write any years, I need to really go back and think. That one I probably need to ask my mom, because I think we went when I was 4, so that'd probably be 72, but I need to double check. Philippines. Philippines. We visited the Philippines when we were in Japan. We were there 3 or 4 years, so Philippines. Mexico. Oh my gosh, many times in Mexico, but that would have been the first, probably in high school maybe. So 2 countries when I was 4, 5, and 6, and then skipped to high school. Then we go Germany, which was also high school, and Austria, also high school. I was a foreign exchange student, so 4 months. German exchange student in Germany, and then we also traveled a little bit to Austria, just sightseeing while I was there. Jamaica. Nick and I went on our honeymoon, Jamaica. France. Back then I was working for AT&T, and we did a lot of advertising with the local, I don't know, ABC, NBC affiliate. I don't remember which one it was. And they took their advertisers on a trip to France, which was amazing. I was 3 months pregnant, which was not so amazing, but it was awesome. France, and then, Grand Cayman. That was on a cruise. Grand Cayman. This one I know. Jamaica. That would have been 1995. That was our honeymoon. So maybe I'll do something like this too. Just add a little blurb after all of them. So I know that one. France, I would have been pregnant with Jack. So he was born in January of 1998. So that would have been 1997. I'll just call that a work perk. A work perk. Grand Cayman, I need to check the date on that. Those I gotta check the date on. Okay. Netherlands. The Netherlands. That would have started my scrapbook teaching career when I would travel to lots of countries, you'll see here in a minute, teaching. So that one I need to get the date the first time I went, and then I will write next to there. So you guys, as I'm writing my list, tell me, are you listing with me? If you're listing with me, are you listing countries? Are you listing states? Are you listing cities? What are you doing? And if you're not listing, then what are you doing? Are you just hanging out? Are you working? Are you playing? Are you cleaning? What are you doing? Gabby, you used to work for AT&T too. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Hi, Diane. Diane just wanted to say hi. She'll have to watch the replay. Nice to see you, Diane. Rosie's hubby was Top Gun for 7 years, and her son is now in flight school in Pensacola. I love that, Rosie. That's so fun. And your son now, too. My dad was stationed in Pensacola. We were stationed in Pensacola for a while. My dad flew off of the Midway. Creative Cindy's making Christmas cards. Jackie is listing countries. There are only 4, but I hope to do more. Right, so this could turn into, like we talked about before, this could be a bucket list, or this could be places I've been, places I hope to go or want to go or will go in the future. Joanne is listing with countries. Karen, I love that. She's using remnants from the mini book kit that she just got for a trip to-do list. Julia's scrapbooking. Wendy is hanging out and working on a layout with the same collection. Rainy's listing states. Sandy, I love it. Writing out some thank you notes. Like, that's a lost art, isn't it? Unless you're Jimmy Fallon. Writing thank you notes is a lost art. I love that. Deborah just finished Countries Visited. We were in Jamaica the year before you. Oh, fun. Hi, Valerie. Watching from the cabin, I'll rewatch later. Valerie, shoot me a text today. Cabinets are getting installed on Monday, so let me know what you're thinking. Nancy, listing countries. It would be fun. List beaches. Oh, I love it. Beaches, yes. Okay, hang on. Squirrel moment. We've got to go to our master list of lists. Beaches. We'll say beaches visited. That can also be very much a bucket list. And that came from Nancy. Jessica's making a late breakfast for her family, pancakes and bacon. Lori is shopping for goodies. TK is working on her monthly bullet journal. Kathy's making cards. Wanelle is listing. She's listing, but it states. Perfect. Okay, Netherlands. Then England. That was also teaching. So Netherlands and England for the first time for both those countries teaching. South Africa. Also teaching. I have been very fortunate in that a number of the countries that I have had the benefit of going to were from my career teaching, which is amazing. Canada, oh my gosh, Canada more times than I can count. So many times Canada. But that's also teaching. Those were at Crop and Create events. That's where I met some of you. Costa Rica. Nick took me, I think, 1 year for my birthday, and it was all booked. And then I tore my meniscus doing CrossFit and had surgery. And so I went to Costa Rica 10 days post-surgery with very strict orders from the doctor saying, do not get in the water. Yeah, that's not what you want to hear when you're going to a place like that. But I didn't. Well, I got in a kayak in the water, but my leg didn't get wet. And then in the swimming pool, they have these little chairs that you could sit in, so I didn't get my leg wet. So that was awesome. Wales. Oh, why is Wales right there? Oh, I know. That was another England trip, but I already put England. So Wales. Which Wales, fascinating. Did I forget something? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have too many. Okay, Wales. English, but also they speak Welsh sometimes, and oh my goodness, they're very, I shouldn't say that. Can be difficult to understand. Dialect, a little bit different to understand. Top 3 places you've gone. I do not. That would be a good one too. Like top 3 or top 5, right? I'll add that to our master list of lists. If you guys don't know, this is my handy dandy notebook. This is I decorated mine. Well, I actually created this book. I can tell you when I created it. I created it back in October of 2021 because after probably 6 months of using a different piece of paper to prep for our Saturday sessions every time and basically doing the same thing every time, I'm like, this is stupid. I really should have a book that just has everything, and I just, so I made it and I use it, and then you guys started asking for it, a version for you, and so now there's a version for you out there too. But this is where I do the planning, but you just saw me flip ahead. When I flip ahead, this is our master list of lists. This is this is where I put list ideas, either that I have or that you guys send. So Gabby, this is top 3 or 5 places visited. And that could even be in your city. It could be in your state. It could be in your country. It could be in the world. I mean, there are so many different ways to take a list like that, right? And really, there's so many ways to do any of the lists that we do. You make them work for you. Karen's only been to 3 beaches in her life. Those near the pier in LA and 2 at the reservoir near my hometown in Kansas. And I love the beach. I've been to lots of beaches. I love the beach. Susan, hi Susan, nice to see you. Said I love this collection by your bestie. Yeah, it's good. Where to next is good. It's very good. Well, all of Vicky's collections are awesome. Um, let's see. Oh, my top 3 places. Oh, that's really hard. That is really hard. I'm going to think about it. But I will tell you, this is one. French Polynesia. That is amazing. And then, what did I do? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, what did I skip? Hold on, guys. Japan, Philippines, Mexico, Germany, Austria, Jamaica. Oh, that's what I skipped. France, Grand Cayman, Australia is supposed to be here. Well, that's okay. We're going to put it here. Australia was back in, oh my gosh, I worked for Scenic Route back then. Way back. That was probably like 2004, maybe? Maybe? I'll know. I'll go look at my old scrapbooks and it will tell me. But Australia really should be way back up there. And then we have, most recently, Ireland and Scotland. And those were both in 2023, celebrating our 28th anniversary. Okay, there we go. What's so funny about this list, you guys? When I first made the mental list and then started adding it to my phone when Nick and I were on our trip, I forgot all kinds of things. Even this morning, I had everything down and I'm going through the list. I'm like, wait a minute. I forgot France, I forgot Australia, and I forgot Wales. So think about your list, think about it, and then be like, okay, that's it. I know, that's where I've been, and then you're good. Or just get them out of order like I did, even though I meant to be in order. So, Gabby, French Polynesia is definitely one of the top 3. I don't know. I'd probably then, oh no, South Africa's up there too. And then probably Scotland. Those are my top 3. Those are my top 3, I want to say. That's funny though. That's a good list. Tammy's planting flowers. Oh, that's fun. Nancy grew up on PEI, Prince Edward Island. They had their own beach on the South Shore, a nice sandy beach. You still miss the salty air to this day. No salt water near Ottawa. Oh, I bet that was amazing, Nancy. I bet it was amazing. But probably anytime you smell salt water, it probably takes you right back, right? Mandy, born and raised in Nova Scotia, only ever traveled to the States, and that's it. Future plan to go across the pond, though. So guess what? There's your bucket list, right? It could be bucket list of places you want to go. Valerie, where did you and Michelle go? So my friend Michelle Kraft, that owns 3 Craft Chicks up in Spokane, she and her daughter own 3 Craft Chicks, and they do events and retreats and things like that. I'm going up there in August to teach at a big retreat. We met at Starbucks in Bountiful, right off of the freeway. I think that's what you're asking. Texas 023, she's traveled for church mission trips. Thank you for the idea. I can list the countries I've been to. Absolutely. That's great. I love it. My sister, it's on the water. Okay, I'm totally confused, Valerie. Are you talking to me? I don't know. Maybe you're asking somebody else. Oh, where Michelle? Your sister Michelle. What? I don't know. I'm totally confused. Valerie, I'm like, how did you know that I met Michelle? That makes more sense. Michelle, your sister. Valerie's sister Michelle is also my neighbor. Now, talk about a small world. That is a small world. Mimi said, hi, I'm out and about. Just tuned to see what you're doing. Can't wait to watch the play later. Hi, Mimi. Yes, we're listing. Yeah, you know that. Have I ever been to more? I don't know how to say that. It's amazing a paradise. Virginia asked, so Virginia is Spain, right? Spain? Oh, I know, Michelle. That was Bora Bora. Bora Bora is French Polynesia. And you know what? I actually should have Googled to see if, I don't think Bora Bora is a country. I think French Polynesia is the country, or Tahiti's the country. I don't know. That was that one. Yes, Bora Bora. That was unbelievable. We did that June of 2021. June of 2021, is that right? Or 2021? 2022. June of 2022. Right after the country first opened up, and I'm pretty sure we got a pretty amazing deal because I'm pretty sure it'd be way more now. Okay, so here we go. Totally plain. It needs some stuff, right? It needs some stuff. So let's just start looking. Yeah, no, this is a lot of going on it. And I like that there's a lot going on, but I kind of have to figure out now how to work some things in here. Okay, so maybe we could work this in. We kind of have our little visual triangle going on here. This may have looked a little odd to you. It might have looked a little off balance. There's a design principle called visual triangle. And if you, this here now brings a triangle, and that kind of balances things out a bit. Now, this is a little too plain, so maybe that's where I do this little travel. Maybe travel goes on here. That could probably work. This little guy could maybe work in here. No, that's going to be way too much if this little guy goes in there. This, just because I don't know where I'm going, doesn't mean I am lost. And this can't really like go in there and to go over the words because then it covers the words and we can't see it. So maybe we do that. Let's take a look at some other things that we have here. So these are the 6x12 stickers. All you need is your passport. That could work. We still have this little area that we need to contend with. But I knew I didn't want a title there. I didn't want to like totally block all of that in. Away we go. Ooh, away we go. Maybe, let's look at this. Away we go. Here. Maybe. Away we go. This one's kind of cool too. Discover new places. Yeah, again, we're ending up with that like, well, and then we've got a big old trapped white space there. So that doesn't work. That right there is called trapped white space. So then I'd have to put something else there. So we're not quite, this is not trapped because it has a way to get out. This is trapped white space. Let's keep looking. I think maybe that away we go might work there. And then I was seeing, let me look here. I was seeing, I don't know, we might be able to make, and these puffies, they're these little hearts. This is hand drawn by Vicki. This is all Vicki's little drawing. So we have this little heart here. What if this little heart, oh yeah, no, not the right scale. So what I mean by scale, it can't go there because then I have that same kind of block going on. When I put it here, then I still have my same issue of it being too much space there. So not yet, we just got to keep working. Maybe this little guy could work in here somehow. Nope, not going to work either. This may be one of those, you guys, where I end up saying, okay, we're going to move on, and then I come back. Because sometimes you just can't find the right thing, and you just need to keep trying the things, right? I have a whole other grateful for this. Grateful. I'm going to try something here. I'm going to try this. I just cut off part of that because I am very grateful. Very grateful for all the opportunities I've had, whether work related or, just vacation, whatever it is. I am very grateful for the travel that I have been able to do. It's a very important part of my life and Nick's life. We really love to travel. So it's like with anything. So that actually, I think that could work. I think that could work. And if I do that, I think I'm going to take away we go off. And I'm going to I'm going to go back to the travel word or enjoy. We could use enjoy over here. The reason I'm going to do that is that now those two kind of tie everything in together. So if I do that, then I just put a little something up there, and I think what might end up going there, let's just get these down. I think what might end up going there is a word strip. You know what I say? When in doubt, word strip. It feels like you need something, put a word strip there. It always works. So we'll put our little globe there. Now, even if you travel, but you don't travel around the world, well, where you travel is still on the globe, so you don't have to travel internationally to use a globe, right? You do not need to travel internationally to use your globe. Okay? Hi, Julie. Nice to see you. We'll have that just bleed a little bit over like that into that piece. Now we have this kind of bleeding over here and this bleeding over here. We have our grateful for this, so we have some word strips here, but I don't, well, sunshine and good vibes, that doesn't really go with that. A collection of moments, but that's all of a sudden bringing in kind of yellow. I think what I need is, I think I need black word strips. So let's look. Sticker book has some black word strips. Hang on. Here we go. Ooh. Those are fun. Look at all those icons. We'll do something with those in a minute. All right, back here. You never know until you try. Vacation photos, happiness is here. Collection of moments, magic in these moments. Oh, look at places I would like to visit. So if you have these and you're doing a bucket list, places I would like to visit is great. I don't know if this one will work. Let's see. A collection of moments. No. So I feel like I want something a little bit longer. So we're going to come in here to the word strip box. Let's see. Colleen, great question, said, how do you qualify a country you have visited? Does a stopover in the airport only while in transit count, or must you leave the airport and sleep one night? For me, those were all more than one day. Definitely more than one day. And in most cases, probably 3 or 4. So for me, that's how I would do that. But that's just me. Someone else might do it totally different. It may be if you set foot or set wheel, I don't know, layover, set foot or wheel or whatever it is, in the airport, then you may count that. Curious, what about you guys? If you want to answer Colleen's question in the chat, how would you do that? Or if you're doing a list like this, how do you do that? Let's see. So I have just pulled out these small talk word strip stickers, and I have jumped to the black ones because I feel like I maybe need a little bit of black there. Oh, travel the world over to find the beautiful, or life was meant for great adventures. I mean, both of those work great, but travel the world over to find the beautiful is perfect. Travel over. This is what I'm going to do. Travel the world over to find the beautiful. So this will go up here, and this will go here. Okay, there we go. Now, I don't know. This is still a little bit. Oh, I can't put that there. Silly me. Guess what, friends? I'll be writing there. I can't put stuff in there, so let's just move those. I would have glued that down, and later I would have been, what the heck was I thinking? I wasn't. So this will be fine. Travel the world over to find the beautiful. There we go. And then I have my little thing there. So I have a little bit of, maybe just a little bit. What about one of these little yellow hearts? How about that? Let's try it. Let's see. Dandy said, in answer to Colleen's question, maybe another list of airport layovers. Virginia said I would do 2-part in the same list. First, the country I visited, and then those that I just put foot on. And I bet, Virginia, you probably have a lot living in Spain, right? Barcelona. If I lived in anywhere in Europe, I'd be like every country imaginable. Just hop on a train. Nancy said, some of my travels were with the Navy and I slept on board the ship, but spent as much time as possible wherever, but still consider it visited. Very good. Claire, I would say stopping only in an airport wouldn't count as a country visited. Jackie said, I count the state if I only fly into it. Georgia is the only one on my list that I have never explored the state. Wow. All 49 other states I was in, at least driving through them or staying there. Creative Cindy, yep. If you don't know what to do, add a word strip. Totally, totally, totally. Hi, Denise. Nice to see you. Denise said, sorry, I am late. And I'm not calling Denise out. You guys, it's an open house. It's an open house. You come and go. You're here live. You watch later. There is no late. So you're never late. Just you're here, and I'm happy that you're here. All right. What if we just did a little? Well, it goes right over the airplane that way. I would really like to use it. Maybe there. All right, I think that's good for now. I'll add these things here, and then I may add a couple more things. I feel like, though, maybe, we could do it, or we could really reiterate our visual triangle here. If we wanted to put this little guy right here, and a little heart here, enjoy, and then we could put another little heart here. Where is the other page of that? Oh, here it is. Okay, here it is. So, a little bit of red there. Now, I should probably, all right, I was hoping for another yellow, but since I don't have another yellow, I should use all three colors. I mean, I should use 3 different colors, so then it doesn't look a little odd, you know? You know what I'm saying? That I have 2 yellows and then something else. So one more here. How about a pink, I guess? That's what we're looking at. How about a pink? Okay, there we go. Now, last thing I need to do, I need to date this. I need to, hang on. Let me put, where's the bin for these? I don't know. I'm going to get this stuff out of the way and clean things up, and then we'll get ready to work on another one. We'll talk about date in a minute. Karen explored Georgia a little less than 2 years ago. Other than the world's largest cockroaches and infested hotels, it's pretty and the people are nice. Oh, that's funny. And Deborah said, where on earth did you stay? Jackie said she has friends in Georgia, but never been. By the way, the roaches are much larger in Florida. Oh, let's not talk about the bugs. I will tell you, here in Utah, normally, well, it depends where you go, but usually mosquitoes are not bad, especially some of you have mosquitoes that are like flying pterodactyls, right? They're like giant. Not here. However, we have had a very wet winter, a very wet spring, and the mosquitoes are out in full force. And the place you want to be if mosquitoes are around is next to me, because they love me. And if you are with me, then they will not touch you because they will all flock to me. Jack, our son Jack, our older son Jack, and his girlfriend were in town over the holiday. And then also my sister and her husband also happened to come to town. We spent every night outside on our back patio. We were just enjoying. Now, I know, not my first rodeo, so I know that mosquitoes like me. So every night I had bug spray on, and apparently I missed a couple spots. My ankles and my wrists. So I have bug bites, ankles and wrists. And then today I was noticing, I don't know what happened here, but I've got some kind of good bruise going on there. So who knows? All right. Put away, and then we'll move on to our next list, friends. Oh, date. We still need to talk about the date. I don't know where the container is for this. I do not know where my container is. Is this it? Oh, yes, it is. It's just much easier to put things away. Cuba, roaches as big as your hand. That is scary. Oh, okay. So the person that was asking earlier, the airplane. So the airplane is from the icons die cuts, and the words are from the journal icons. Journal die cuts, not icons, journal die cuts. All right, let me just get all this in here. And it's all, it's a lot in this collection. It's all together. So when I need to work with it again, I will be able to find it. I will find it. Don't need that. All right, while I'm doing this, let's talk about what our second list is going to be. Oh, yes, okay. Tracy Curtis. Tracy Curtis emailed me earlier this week and said, hey, I have an idea for a list. And those are my favorite emails to get. My favorite emails to get from you guys. Hey, I have an idea for a list because I only have so many ideas, right? They keep coming, but I love it when you guys say, hey, this would be a great list topic. I add it to my list of lists. This one that Tracy suggested when she emailed me was modern conveniences. And I thought, oh, that's fun. I like that one. Modern conveniences. So that is going to be our next list. Modern conveniences. Get this put away. Date, though. We need to talk about date for a sec. There's a new stamp in town. Not there. Oh, I remembered. I put these there for a reason. Remember when we were talking about the little stamps that go on the little round stamping blocks? That's what they're like. They're just those little teeny icons. There's a ton of them, but those little teeny icons that just go right on those little stamping blocks. So I'll show you all of that on Wednesday. But it's a date. So it's a date stamp set. This one is one of my brand new stamp sets. It's a 3x4, and you have a whole bunch of little date stamps, because I always say it's super important that you date your lists, right? Because this one, well, 5 years from now, hopefully there's more countries on my list, because that's important to me. That I visit more countries, because I really enjoy that. So I want to date this list because 5-10 years from now, I could have a totally different list that has more things on it. So date. We want to date. So I think this little guy kind of fits really well right in there. You guys want to know something? You want to know what the most popular stamp set was of my newest release? Hang on. I will tell you. I'm not using it today, but we'll probably use it next week. It is the in the box. This guy, the in the box. That is the most popular. Don't mind that. It just has ink on it. In the box. We'll use that next week, I think. But yeah, that's the most popular one. Hi, honey. Nick popped on. He said, good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Oh, it is. It's barely afternoon. It is barely afternoon. Oh, Deborah said, Karen, please don't judge Georgia by Rome. Oh, she was in Rome, Georgia. I got confused there. Now I can tell I have not conditioned this guy yet. So really quickly. Oh, I know what I'll tell you too about the conditioning. The 3 things that I use to condition are the block eraser, the stamp chamois, and the my heavens. Oh, the microfiber cloth. Those are now also available in a bundle. So you can just buy the whole bundle and get all 3. And then when you do that, it ends up being that oh, hold on, I gotta go wet this again, friends. My stamp chamois is on top of the fan. I know that's not a good place for it, but. Right. Now it is back to its nice little pliable self. And we'll just get all those little things off there. Oh, I know, with the bundle, it makes it so that little guy's almost free. Because the bundle's discounted. When Jack was here, he's sometimes interested. He's like, what is that? What are you doing? Because my reorder of a bunch of those arrived. And he's like, what is that? And I said, oh, it's a block eraser, and this is what I use it for. He goes, what? You mean you're pawning off like a block eraser is some special tool? I said, no, I call it a block eraser. It's an eraser. He goes, oh, okay. He's like, I wanted to make sure you weren't like calling that a quadrablog, it's a block eraser. I'm like, yes, it's a block eraser. people know that's what it is. It's a block eraser. It's just what you use it for. It was funny. He's very, well, sometimes fascinated, you know, kids. Well, kids. He's 20, 25, 25, 25. Fascinated, you know, to a point. Oh, Creative Cindy, I love it. Creative Cindy said drink break. Hydration break. I'm going to have some water real quick. You had a great time. It was good, honey? It's hot. It's hot, I think. 90s? Yeah? 90s? Nancy, okay, guess what? I do have a water spray bottle. A little one, but I think it'd make a mess. I think. Okay, so let's just do this. We're going to add our date, and then we're moving on to our modern conveniences list. Okay, we'll just put this right here. Okay, one thing, let's talk about something, because I just noticed it when I did it. Let me go to a cleaner page. All right, when you have a new stamp, the other reason why you might want to do a test stamp first is to get a feel for the pressure that you need to apply, okay? So if I just barely apply a little bit of pressure, if I apply a lot of pressure, now I really over-exaggerated that. Look what happened when I pressed down really, really, really hard. When you're working with, this is a fairly, not detailed, but thin stamp. So 2 thin lines and then a small alpha for the date. You need to be really careful about the amount of pressure that you apply, because you probably don't want something like that. You probably think you need to press harder than you do, okay? So if you test first, you get a feel for the pressure. All right, let me do this over here so I can kind of hold it. That looks good, except I didn't get it over there, right? Get a feel for the pressure. Now, it also may help if you, there, so it looks pretty good. So just play around with it a little bit, get a feel for the pressure. In most cases, you really don't need to press down really hard. Unless you have a stamp that has a larger surface area, then you may need to press down a little bit harder. Okay, so let's just put this little guy, I think right about here. There we go. And the date today is July 8th, right? July 8th, yeah. July 8th, 2023. There we go. Once I finish all of that, that will kind of, you know, fill all that in. And I don't know, I may add something more, but that's probably going to be pretty close to it. Dash salt cellar works great for keeping your chamois in to keep it damp. Oh, Talia, yes, yes, yes. I'm glad you brought that up. I remember somebody told me about that. Like a little ceramic bowl thing, kind of, that has a lid on it, that you put it in there while you're working like this, because here it's just out in the air and it's going to dry out, right? Is that what you're talking about? I need to do that. I need to get one of those. What did I miss yet? Live lessons. We did? Okay, hang on. Hang on. Oh, okay, I know. When we get there, let's talk about that, because then I know what happened. I know what happened. Okay, let me put this guy away. Dandy asked a good question. What causes a stamp that has been crisp suddenly not to stamp crisp? Are you using a different ink? Are you using a different paper? Those would be my first 2 questions. Because the ink that you use, whether it's whether it's a pigment ink, wow, or dye-based ink, that could affect it. Just one may stamp crisper than the other, the ink, but the paper could have a big difference. If you're stamping on a different type of paper, depending on how fibrous that paper is, depending on if there is a texture in that paper, depending on if the paper is really thin or inexpensive. What I mean by that is, like when I stamp in a composition notebook, it always kind of, things look a little bit fuzzy it just, the paper is just not, the quality is not there. So Dandy, those would be kind of the differences. Okay, Dandy said it was Tim Holtz Oxide versus Close to My Heart. I don't know Close to My Heart inks. They're probably a dye-based ink and not a pigment-based ink, so that could be it. That could be it. So it's not the stamp, it's just what you're using with the stamp. Which is nice, because if you were worried that your stamp was ruined, no. It just may be that you need to use different ink or different paper. Allie Edwards shared one that she uses, has a lid that slides back and forth to keep it damp. Aunt Recreates, I will go look for that for sure, because yes, I need that. I for sure need that. That would make life a lot easier. Okay, second list. Second list is modern conveniences. So for modern conveniences, I thought it would be fun. I'm going to bring back one we haven't used in a little bit. I'm using Flea Market. Okay, I'm using Flea Market. This is Simple Stories collection called Flea Market. Kind of has like a little bit of 50s vibe to it. Kylie, a salt holder. Simon Says Stamp sells ivory one with silver lid that slides. Okay, I'm gonna find one for sure because I need it. I need it. It's a tool that will be put to good use. All right, so I think, what was I thinking here? This is what I was thinking. Modern and then write conveniences under it. I know that I was going to use, I think I wanted to use the little TV. I loved, in the sticker book, I loved the alphabet. So the alpha, where is it? Oh, this guy. I thought that'd be so fun. So I thought I would do modern in this, and then I'll write conveniences underneath it, just because conveniences might be really long with that. So that's my thought. And then I think, I don't know, we may end up with like a little living room scene there. I don't know, we'll see. But for sure the TV, because the TV is just, I thought would be fun for modern conveniences, even though TV's not on my list. Let me look too at the paper pad, because I think it'd be fun too. This will be a one-page list. I don't know, maybe this one. This I love. I need to figure out how to use that one, what I want to do there. But I love that one. That would be a good two-pager. And then that could just be a nice decorating on the other end. Ooh. Maybe those. Ooh, I don't know. Let's look. Let's see. Keep going. I love that one. I'm looking for a background to go with that. Now, if I go, I could go pink, so let's look. Let's just see. We'll just pull out some of these guys. And then we are back to where we started. I've used quite a bit of that. Okay, so, you know what I want to do? I want to come in here, even though it will take me out of chronological order. Do I have one? No, everything in here is double so far. Okay. I need to keep this in mind. So if this is going to be part of my title, this can be a background. We'll see a little bit of it. We either are going with the green or the pink. Pink will take it one direction. Green will take it the other direction. I don't know, I kind of like the green. I think we're going with the green. Okay. So let's grab our trimmer. Oh, thank you, Aunt Recreates. I love that. Just send an email to you with the link for the salt cellar to save you the search. That will be amazing, because you know what? I didn't write it down, so later I'd be like, oh yeah, what did I want to look for? Yes. The plastic containers. So Terry, you guys see me. I put Where to Next away in one of these, and then I pulled Flea Market out. So this is how I store my collections. When I start working with a new collection, everything goes in one of these, and everything fits. There's no 12 by 12 paper, because I don't use 12 by 12 paper for any of this, for the most part. So everything fits in one of these. I get these on Amazon. This is, they say it fits 8.5 by 11 things. Now this is bigger than 8.5 by 11. But it fits 8.5 by 11. If you need something to fit 12 by 12, then you need to get like a 13 by 13 case. But I have them linked in the description box of the video. So a little bit towards the bottom, you see kind of a little heading that says like different storage items I use. And these are in there. So I mean, they're, I don't know, 1.25 maybe wide. So I just store them for now in my little Expedit Kallyx thing behind me. They just slide right in. And then they will slide right in my new cabinets once they're here. All right, so this one, as we said, when I start, when I'm working with a base, I trim that to 4 3/4. That gives me a nice even border all of the way around, right? Nice little even white border. This is a left-facing page, so I will round the outside left corners. Like that. Whenever I do that, we always end up with a piece like this, okay? And I always suggest you save this piece because there are a number of different things you could do with a piece like this. Let me show you one. Let's see how easily findable it is. I think it was in this one. Oh, look it. That's another list that we did. Oh, look it. This is another list that we did with Where to Next. Favorite destinations. That's also with Vicki. So what I'm looking for is, I am looking for, we're almost there. It's here. I'm pretty sure it's here. Come on. This one. Okay. Saving the piece like this. This also uses flea market. Saving this little piece that you have left after you cut your piece off. So that's what this piece is right here. This little piece was left over from another list that I did. So I just took that and put it down. And then this guy, actually, no. This piece, that little tiny strip, is left over from here. So if you want to do a 2-page list, you don't have to use multiple pieces of paper. That little one is from here, and then this was just a leftover. So even these little pieces that you cut off, save. If I wanted this to be a 2-page list, I could either put that here, or I could put it here, and then it just kind of bleeds off into here. All right. This now is going to be a background. So we know it needs to be, that's 8. If we did 7, let's just look. Oh, that won't get me 7. That's a 6-inch ruler. That's not going to help. So, oh my goodness, there we go. If we do 7, that would put me right here. That'll be good. Let's see, we're going to make this 7 inches tall, which then tells me width-wise, I need this one to be 3 3/4, I believe. Right, 3 3/4. Because if I want it to be even all the way around, 3 3/4. We're going to try 4. It won't be quite right, but I need to have room for my list, right? There we go. That'll work. I could bring this up higher. I'll do something down here. Aha. We could use that extra piece that I just cut off if we wanted. Or washi, we'll see. All right, now I need white cardstock. So white cardstock that I use is a Nina Bright White. Nina Bright White. I get it on Amazon, but I buy it 250 sheets at a time. So there is a link in the description. Okay, you know what's going to happen here? This is, I didn't do a lot of thinking here because this list is going to be teeny tiny. Teeny tiny. But that's okay. Because if this is 4, wow, let's just see what happens here. This is going to have to be like, woo, short. It's a shorty. Let's see. to see the pattern. Oh well. If we do this, and then we do this. All right, I'll tell you what all these are in a minute again, okay? And now I'm just going to eyeball this one. This one can stop right about here. Okay, so we have 4 3/4 by 8 is the base piece. This guy is 4 by 7. And then this guy is 3 1/4 by about 7 1/2. All right. Anyhow, Nina Bright White. I also sell them on my website in like 25 packs. So, but I'd say if you're going to be using a lot of cardstock, white cardstock for your lists or stamping or whatever it is, you're better off going to buy your 250 sheets and split it with a friend or whatever. All right. So this is a start. Oh, I know what we need. Let's do a little bit of inking around the edges there. Keeping in mind that, need to keep in mind this color that we'll be using here for the alpha stickers. I think we could do a little bit of pink, just because we have little bits of pink. You can see it, but I think we'll add a little bit of pink. So in terms of what pink we want to do, these are my swatches. So for making these, I used my Swatch This Inks stamp set. So there are 2 Swatch This Ink stamp sets now. There's this size, which is kind of true to size, right? For your ink pads. Well, the Distress ink pads. And then there's a mini. But I do this. Every time I get a new ink, I cut out a 3x3 square. It's on Nina Bright White. I stamp and write the name, and then I punch a hole and add it to my little ring. So when I'm looking for a color, when I'm looking for pink, I can go, okay, here's all my pinks. What do I want to use? And I don't have to go pull out all my little ink pads and see. I think Kitsch Flamingo. I think that's what we want to use. That'll be a fun one. So here we go. Kitsch Flamingo. Now, I want to ink the edges. So what I'm doing is I'm pulling out my Terry, try shifting the second piece to the right and layer white to the left. Second piece to the right, you mean like this? Do you mean like that? Like that? We could try that. I never do that. We could totally play with it. Let's see what happens. All right, so I'm going to ink the edges. I have all of my Distress Oxide inks. Not only do I have them swatched, but I also have this done for all of them because these are all of the little foam blenders, okay? So this happens to be, because I didn't put it away from last time. Obviously, I didn't put spun sugar away either. This is the Kitsch Flamingo Distress Oxide ink little blender that I have used. So I do this for every one of my colors. These are little kits that are available on my website. Now, it doesn't include all the colors, but it includes the box and 2 sheets. So 1, 2, that little box holds up to 40. You have 42 punch circles and then 40 little Velcro pieces, because the Velcro is what is holding them here and then also onto your little tool. Those now are available in Distress Oxide, Distress Ink. They're available in Gina K. They're available in Stamp Market. They can be available in any of them. I just kind of based on requests that I get. So I am taking my little foam blender. I put it on top of the little blending tool. And then I just, in a circular motion, and all I'm going to do is ink the edges of that piece of white cardstock. So it's almost like I have matted it on a piece of pink cardstock. So it gives it that little edge. But I didn't have to have the pink cardstock. I am not creating another layer, right? I'm not creating another layer. I'm just coming in and inking the edges of that piece. there's a little mixed media. That's the Lael mixed media, right? No, not mixed media. Just inking the edges. Inking the edges. Okay, there we go. Look it. Now it just pops. Doesn't that pop? It just makes it pop. And it lets me bring in another color if I want to bring another color. Aunt Recreate said that sponge storage just gives me all the feels. Total necessity is the mother of invention on that one. If you have those little ink blending foams that are different colors, and they need to be different colors because unless you want to blend them, as soon as you start blending two colors together, then it's contaminated. I mean, it's contaminated for that blend. Can't use it for something else. But there's not an easy way to store those little guys. I use the domed ones. You'll notice the one that I was using, the little blending foam pieces, are domed. Domed versus flat edge gives you, I think, a more nicely blended looking result. And the blended or the domed ones, some people say on the flat ones, they just store their flat one at the bottom of the ink pad, but the domed ones, because of the dome, don't fit because they're domed. So that's just a really easy way to store them. That is not my invention. That is my friend Amy. And my friend Amy said, hey, this is what I use for mine, and I think that you want to make a product? And I'm like, sure I do. And she just said, okay. So on my website, when you see those, she's the one who did the video, because I said, will you do the video? She did. But the video walks you through the whole process of how to do all that. Get your little pieces ready. It's a project, right? It's a project, especially if you have a lot of them. It's a project, but I tell you, once it's done, it's pretty awesome. All right, we're still not quite sure how we're going to do that. Now, what's interesting, guess what I probably did, friends? What I probably did is, I may have not given myself enough room now to spell the word modern. So let's see what's going to happen there. This little tip, that's a little guy. When I am using alphabet stickers, I set them up on my ruler. That's just a little 6-inch metal, thin ruler. Those are on my website, but the 6-inch is nice because we're always working in a smaller space. You're not fumbling around with big old ruler. Now there's a place for a big old ruler, that's for sure. But the fact that it's thin lets me do this. So I am going to start lining up my stickers. I'm going to use that top horizontal line there to keep them straight. And I'm just lining them up. So the first reason I do this is, I'm going to overlap a little bit. The first reason I do this is so I can have my letters straight. Just pop them on there. These are reverse grip tweezers. So instead of squeezing to open or squeezing to close like regular tweezers, these you squeeze to open, which gives you a lot more control when you're working with something like this. And especially since these are small, sometimes if you find you try to do this and then get this and then get that even, they're small, so it's hard for your chubby little fingers, speaking personally, to get in there. So having your little tweezers makes it a lot easier. Oh, I'm fine. I've got plenty of room for that. But I do kind of like them overlapped. I do like them overlapped. Kind of same reason I did my stamping that way, modern, and then they fit. So that's the first reason I line them up on the ruler, because they're straight. The second reason I line them up on the ruler is now they're free. I can decide anywhere they want to go. Do I want them centered? Do I want them over here? Do I want them over here? Do I want them to come down here? If I want them to come down here, I could probably spell conveniences. So I have all the freedom in the world to decide where I want them to go without having to commit. Usually what I do is I want them centered. So here we go, modern. I will get that centered-ish. And then you just press down on the sticker and then gently roll that ruler right on out. I'm still holding to those stickers. And there we go. They are nice and straight and where I want them to be. Now I need to write conveniences under there. I need to write conveniences. Modern conveniences. Modern conveniences. Okay, now before I do too much of this, I need to figure out the bottom. Because I have my TV, I've got my little TV set here, which totally reminds me of when I was a kid and I'd be babysitting and it would hit midnight and that pattern would come up on the TV, right? Isn't that crazy to think about? Like it used to be back in our day that TV was not 24 hours and you knew it was midnight because you fell asleep on the couch because the parents weren't home yet, and then all of this started happening and play the national anthem and then the flags would wave and then it would go to the noise and then you'd have those bars on the TV. So I think I'm a creature of habit, Tara, you know it. I think I'm going to end up doing this and have that at the bottom. But then let's take a look at a couple of things here. In the sticker book, Simple Stories usually does border stickers, longer border stickers. Let's see if we have those in this one. We may or we may not. Well, this is how we'll know. We'll look at the back. No border stickers in this one. That's okay. We'll go to the washi. Let's see if we want to do a little strip of washi down there along the bottom. There's our little, if we did that, let's take a look at something. Usually on What's New Wednesday, when I am showing new products, I swatch the washi. So let's see where this washi is swatched. Here we go. Okay, so there are all of the pieces together. Ooh, where's that one? That one could be kind of fun. Those are kind of modern conveniences. A radio, a typewriter, a camera, a sewing machine. Let's see. And then that would tie in with that a little bit. Where's that roll? Oh, here it is. So I could use that roll and that roll together. Let's try this. Let's put that little guy over there for safekeeping. I'm going to put this one down. That even in a pretty side too. Look how it would totally change it. But look at that there would totally change things up. But I like that one. We're going to do that one. Okay. That goes there. That goes there. Ooh. This needs to be, hang on. I need to adjust this for a minute and I'll explain why I want to adjust it. Because I would like for, I don't know, we'll see if this is going to work. I need to put this one down first. So I'm going to put the stripe down first. Give it a straight edge there. Stripe will go first. Oh, I love that color palette. It's so fun. Oh, that's too high. I mean, not high enough. It's too low. Because I need the other washi to go below it. So let's try there. Like that. And then this guy, normally I would put the stripe above, but I didn't want that to get lost. Those little icons to get lost. There we go. It's going to be a busy one, isn't it? It's going to be a busy one. My little TV. Little TV will go there. Okay, it's pretty busy, but that's okay. It's okay, we can deal. We can deal with it. All right, so now, let's outline this guy too. I love that this flea market is kind of like 50s. It just kind of reminds me of like 50s, Mad Men, mid-century modern things. All right, modern conveniences. So the things on my modern conveniences list, if you guys are listening with me, even if you're not, in the chat, tell me, what are modern conveniences for you? What would be on your list if you are listing with me? If you're not listing, oh, I missed it, Colleen. Angel time. I missed it by 2 minutes. What would be on your list of modern conveniences? I am going to do one more thing here. I am just going to do a little line, a little underline like this, and that will separate my title from now the things that I'm going to write. This will be a run-on list, meaning I'll just write, but I need to, not like this, not a bulleted list like I did on our last one, but this will just be a run-on. I need to have something that separates each of the things on the list since it's a run-on. So for that, I will use the Bullets and More stamp set. Anytime anyone asks, if I'm just getting started and I want to buy some stamps from you, what are the stamps that you recommend? By far, the ones I use most often, pretty much on every list, are the Bullets and More. So there are two versions. There's the original, the OG Bullets and More. Super basic, has 3 sets of numbers, these fun little banners up at the top. Oh, guess what? I think. Yes, okay. Those banners before, they're obviously way too big to fit on the stylus, but look at, they will fit on the larger of those 2 new little stamping blocks. So you have 3 sets of numbers, those little guys, so those little guys are fun to use your numbers inside. Then you have basic bullets like squares, circles, hearts, stars, and a few other basics. Then Bullets and More 2 has loads of different icons. So this is very icon centric. So for this one, Modern Conveniences, what would I want to use? Oh, guess what? This could be fun. Let's see. Let's see what we think. There's a little TV set. There is a little TV set. So this is so small, tiny, I am going to use this on the stylus, okay? This is a Lail by Mail product on the stylus. So I am going to put my little stamp on the end of the stylus. This stamp definitely has a direction to it. So what I mean by that is when I stamp it, I want it to be facing, oh, I know, we'll use Kitsch Flamingo again for the color of the TV. How about that? We want the TV to be facing the correct direction every time, right? So let me stamp first and then I'll show you a little trick. Oh my gosh, look at the TV. Isn't that cute? Our little TV set. That's what I'm going to use for our Modern Conveniences. All my bullets. So, because that stamp has a direction to it, I probably want it to look the same way every time, right? I don't want it sometimes to be that way and sometimes to be that way and then sometimes to be straight, kind of over-exaggerated a little bit there. But a couple of months ago, someone in one of the chats said, hey, love the stylus, love the stamps, but I can't always get the stamp in the same place. So what could I do to get it in the same place every time? And I'm like, gosh, that's a great question. I don't know. And then Martine posted a couple weeks later in the Facebook group, in the Lail by Mail Facebook group, and she said, I solved it. I know how to do it. And then she taught us how. So I always like to tell this because I think it's genius. She said on our little stamping stylus, she puts a sticker. Okay, she puts a sticker at the very end. So when she's stamping, she just makes sure when you put the little, oh, I'm going to put that in the right place. I had it the wrong way. So you set your stamp on the block. And then your little sticker that's there, you just make sure that your little sticker is in the same place every time. Then you get your little bullet in the same place every time. So there, I put a little sticker on mine. And now all I do is I can just make sure the sticker is the same. Now, I don't think I have it on there straight. Do I? There we go. I just didn't stamp it the first time straight. So every time I just want to make sure the sticker is in the same spot. If my sticker's not in the same spot and it's where I can't see it, whoopsie, now it's totally crooked. So that is what we're going to do. Little stylus, our little TV stamp, and here we go. The Modern Conveniences. On my list in no particular order. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let me look. Oh, and I love it when we do this because sometimes you guys have things on your list that I'm like, oh, I don't have that. Oh goodness, look at all these. Okay, friends, we have things like air fryer, microwave, dishwasher, GPS, Alexa, another air fryer, streaming, cell phone, computer, navigation system, online shopping, automatic RX refills. That is what I'm adding to my list. That is not on my list. RX is in prescription. Automatic RX refills. Push to start engines, yes. Uber, grocery deliver, coffee pods, grocery delivery, washer dryer, air conditioning, post-it notes, smartphones, vacuum sweeper, vacuum cleaner, fireless candle, mechanical pencils, tablets. Maureen, not seeing the flea market 6x8 paper pack. I'm probably sold out, but shoot me an email and I can bring in a couple more, assuming they still have it. So shoot me an email. Cindy, I love it. Online classes, aka Lael on YouTube. That's a modern convenience. I love it. Nancy said, definitely need to add this set and stylus to my order. Yeah, the stylist is another. That was another necessity is the mother of invention. But I didn't invent that one either. Someone, probably a year and a half ago, because they've been out for a while, was on a Saturday. And I was using little bullet stamps. I don't know, with a little block. But still, even if you have a 1x1 block, it's still kind of clumsy. And the person said, hey, if you have a pen that has a flat end, you could put your little stamp on there and just use your pen. And we did that for a while. And then someone, Sarah, I think it was Sarah Foss. I think Sarah Foss said, Lael, you should turn that into a product. And then that's how the little stamping stylus was invented. Okay, first thing on my list, in no particular order, laundry and dishwasher. I'm calling them pods, right? You know, the little thing where you just throw it in. You don't have to have the dry detergent or the wet detergent or whatever it is. So, yes, pods like that. Next one is, okay, shredded cheese, right? Just buy the pre-shredded cheese. It's a convenience, right? It's convenience. Lots of these conveniences don't necessarily equate to cost effective, right? But sometimes conveniences, it's a balancing act, right? So sometimes, like for me, shredded cheese all day, every day. However, when it comes to like prepackaged shredded lettuce, I don't like the way it tastes, so I don't do that. Modern day convenience, but I don't like it. This one, online banking with check deposit. Oh my gosh, I never go to the bank anymore, ever, right? You can do it all from your phone. I love that. Like the check deposit, when they added that to online banking, it was like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. Online banking with check deposit. So I didn't know how to say this. Talk to like Alexa or Sonos or Google Nest or, you know, whatever. Like the talk to listen or talk to, I'm just going to say talk to listen. So that's what I called it on my list. But, or Alexa or, right? Those are just, like seriously, to be able to just, we're living in the Jetsons world, right? We are living in the Jetsons. All those things that when we were little kids watching the Jetsons, we thought were so like crazy. Well, we're there, right? Keurig coffee pods. So I'll just call them coffee pods. Those, like, so convenient, right? So convenient. Now, just some of these things are not necessarily environmentally friendly. They may not be pocketbook friendly, but they are convenient. They're modern conveniences. Seat warmers, right? Seat warmers in a car. Oh, heaven. If you live in a climate where it's cold in the wintertime, those are so awesome. So awesome. Seat warmers. Maps on iPhone. GPS, you know, whatever you call it. But having that, you don't have to have your map. You don't have to have your Thomas guide, right? Those of you that used to live in Southern California, the old Thomas guides, isn't that crazy, right? Where you'd literally have a map, like a coil-bound map like this in your car, because you needed to have that to get around Southern California. Like, can you imagine Uber? Well, yes, you can, because those were called taxis. But taxis back in the day, like, they literally had to have maps to know where they were going. That's definitely a modern convenience. GPS or whatever you want to call it. Next one is just streaming services, right? And that could either be, oh gosh, there's so many. Netflix or Vudu or Hoodoo or Amazon Prime or Disney or Paramount. There's so many, right? But streaming services, that has basically changed the way that we like watch TV, right? Totally changed the way. And some people sports, right? You can stream live sporting events that you wouldn't be able to see otherwise. Or another one, high-speed internet. High-speed internet. That is crazy. When we talk about time capsule, you guys, when we talk about a time capsule, this is one of those time capsule type lists, right? If I had done this list 20 years ago, let's see, maybe shredded cheese. I don't even know back then if they did shredded cheese, pre-shredded cheese. None of those other things would have been on that list. So think about that now. You're making this list now. Think about 5 years from now. 5 years from now, there are probably things on the list 5 years from now that wouldn't be here. Like somebody I saw wrote Chat GPT. That is the service or the app that will write for you. You could say, write an apology, write a wedding thank you note. You could say that. Write a wedding thank you note for a toaster. And that would write the thank you note, tell you exactly what to say. So that even a year ago wouldn't have been on one of our modern conveniences list, right? I think that the jury's out still on that one, on what's going to happen with Chat GPT and how that whole thing is going to like change our world, right? Scrapbook Sister said, yes, Jetsons except for the flying cars. I just saw a news report maybe a week or two ago, something about a flying car that I don't remember what it was, but that I think flying cars are not too far away. Digital cameras, right? Yes, digital cameras. Well, even then, digital cameras really aren't a thing anymore. I mean, they are, but it's more like camera on a phone. I'm going to say a phone camera. Phone camera. Let's call it a phone camera. Like, seriously, I used to carry around my phone and then my big old DSLR camera, because when our kids were in high school and playing sports and things like that, I'd have my big DSLR camera. Now, if that was still the case and they were in high school, I'd probably still be using my DSLR because I want like high speed, close-ups and things like that, but no more. So this one I called, I don't know, video meeting services, right? Like Zoom, okay? Like Zoom. Those definitely, they've been around for a while. WebEx, years ago when I was in software, we did a lot of web things via WebEx. But now they have Microsoft Teams. But the whole video meeting services seem to really expand into the personal sector, not the business sector, but the personal sector during the pandemic, right? During the pandemic, absolutely. Gabby uses Chat GPT for Trader Joe's meal shopping list. I love it. That's so funny. Ms. L said, pre-shredded cheese is our modern day pre-sliced bread, right? Right? That's hilarious. Bluetooth. Oh, Deborah, that's a good one too. Bluetooth. Again, I don't know how long Bluetooth's been around, but if, 10 years ago or whatever, we're like, Bluetooth? What the heck is Bluetooth? Like, do you need to go to the dentist? Did you eat something weird? It turned your teeth blue? Let's see. Oh, TK brought up a great point. Anyone else glad there weren't phone cameras when we were young and in college? Yeah, that's a double-edged sword for sure. Double-edged sword for sure. Terry said, God help us. Most people can't manage a roundabout here in Colorado. Flying cars will be terrifying. Yeah, you're in a whole other world when you're in Europe in a roundabout, in a car, on the wrong side of the car, on the wrong side of the road. It's all craziness. Okay, let's see. What else? What did I forget? Oh, I know. I wrote this down because somebody said it. I need to skip. I got to find something else to go here because I need to talk about I like that one. Earpods, right? Earpods. Not having to have the big old headphones on your head if you want to listen to something. I mean, you can. But then automatic prescription refills. Oh my gosh, that is like, and then seriously, if you run out and you need it, all you have to do is press the button and they'll reach out to your doctor for you. That's quite convenient, right? That is quite convenient. Okay, so that's what I had on my list. So I need to now look at, oh yeah, like Uber, Lyft, what are those called? Well, I'm just gonna start things like this. Airbnb, right? Or VRBO. Those things, I mean, years ago, we couldn't even imagine that you'd rent somebody's house. Uber and Lyft. Selfie sticks, that's a good one. Shay, guess what? Shay said we need an obsolete list. Well, Shay, guess what? We did an obsolete list. I want to say it's probably in the entertainment. No, I know it's in that here and now. Looking back. Okay, this is one of those that could have been in many different places. So let's look. Looking back. Oh yeah, no, I don't think it's in looking back. I think it is in. Is it in entertainment? Oh, obsolete. There we go. Obsoletes and miscellaneous. So there's our obsolete list. Cassette, 8-track tapes, phone booths, rotary dial phones, landline phones, pagers, the yellow pages. That was a fun one, right? That was a fun one to do for sure. Vehicle navigation, yes. Like maps on iPhone. Ride shares. Ride shares. Yeah. DoorDash, yes. I'm just looking because I just need a few others. Chat GPT, I haven't really jumped on bandwagon yet. Data on a phone. That's a good one, right? Data access on our cell phones. Yeah, let me tell you, when you're in a foreign country and that's the only way you have to figure out information, there we go. That's the only way you have to figure out information. You're darn glad that you've got that on your cell phone because then you can figure out not only the maps, but you can figure out where to eat or where to go or what time the castle opens or anything like that. All right, so for my date, I am just going to write it down here so I don't have tons of room. So this would be, we'll just do this, 7/23. July 23. Oh, guess what I did? I rounded the wrong corners. That was going to go here. That's okay. Another list will go there. Whoopsie. Terry, you may have been saying something about that a while ago. And I may have totally missed it. Okay, there we go. That all adhesive on there. Make sure I didn't go over the edges anywhere. I did down there a little bit. And this guy will go right there. Modern conveniences. All right. Let's see. Let me scroll to the end of our chat. Aunt Recreate said, I'd love to do a list. You know you were in the 80s by these. I think we did another one like that too, didn't we? I know we've done a couple of 80s lists. I'll do this. I'll put it down on our master list of lists and then I will, I'll go back and see if we did it. Now, if we did it, then we won't do one again. If we did it, we won't do one again. Favorite 80s movies, favorite bands of the 80s. Let's see. Oh, electric bikes. Yes. Can't believe I forgot that one. Where did I go? Nancy, when she was decluttering today, she found a huge yellow pages that immediately went in the recycle bin. Photo printers, right? Yes, at-home printing. You know you were in the 80s when? What does it say? You know 80s when? Oh, we'll see if we did that one. And that one is, oh, I just lost it again. Oh, online shopping. That should have been a big one. That was totally me. Aunt Recreates. See, that's one of the ones too that you could probably just like keep going back to because You could make it a 2 or 3 page list because you keep thinking of other things. QR codes that scan that take you to websites, like, right, lots of restaurants started doing that during the pandemic. No more menus. You just put your phone, your camera up to the QR code and up comes the menu. Electronic signatures. Ooh, hi Tab. I thought, yes, that's very much so. Texting, apps. Let's see. Aunt Recreate said, these are all such fine ideas. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, friends, so let me put these things away, and then we've got to figure out what in the world I did. And I have a feeling I know what I did. So our third list is life lessons. Well, that one, I don't know. I don't know what I did because Deborah says we did that in April. So I bet if I look, I'm sure it's in April. And if we did it in April, then I have no idea why. When I thought, oh, let's do life lessons, that would be fun. And then, you know what I did? I looked in the idea book to see if we had done life lessons. And I didn't see it. And I'm like, oh, that'll be good. We'll do life lessons. Well, obviously, the idea book does not have. The idea book, that was another one I'm looking through with flea market acronyms. We had a fun time with that one. So, life lessons. Let's look. Because we did it in April. Oh, look, and there it is. Yeah. So, this is what's going to be interesting, friends. We're probably going to end because I don't have another one planned. And it's too soon for me to do another life lessons because I bet you anything, life lessons, it'll be interesting to see if I have the same or more or different ones. I had on my new life lessons list, money can't buy happiness. I can't believe I did this one again. Slow down, don't rush things. You can't please everyone. Guess what? We're going to do it again. We're going to do it again. Why not? We'll do it again because I was supposed to, we were going to do our rub-ons demonstration. So we're just going to do it again. And I have other things on my list. So if you did not do life lessons with us before and you want to do life lessons now, then you can do it. If you did do life lessons before and you're like, oh, I have some more that I'd like to do, well, then you can do it. Otherwise, you can just say, yeah, I'm done. Or you can work on whatever. You can work on another list that you haven't done from the past. Okay, that's so funny. Deborah, when I saw that you wrote that, I'm like, what? What did I do? I know I looked and I'm like, oh, April. That would be April of this year. Golly, you'd think I'd remember that. April was not that long ago, huh? I'm just redoing it because I know someone wants to do it. So there we go. That's what we'll say. More life lessons. There we go. More life lessons. Perfect. We have life lessons, and I didn't learn my lessons, so now these are other life lessons, right? Living and learning. That's cute. You could do that too. So living and learning, more life lessons. Nancy said there are so many life lessons. You could do an entire book of lists on that topic. And you know what? You could. And you could take it a totally different way. You could take your life lessons on your list and you could say money can't buy happiness. That could be one thing. Here, this whole book could be life lessons and you have money can't buy happiness. And then you could do some writing on how that was a life lesson for you. Like maybe you thought you didn't, maybe you wanted to be a teacher and you decided, I don't think I can be a teacher because I don't think I can have the lifestyle that I want, whatever that is. Maybe you want to have 38 kids, and so maybe you can't be a teacher on that salary. So you decide, I'm not going to be a teacher, I'm going to be a lawyer. And then you're a lawyer, you hate being a lawyer, and then you decide to not be a lawyer anymore, you're going to be a teacher, and that's your story of how money can't buy happiness. Now you're happy, you're a teacher, and yeah. So you could have a whole insert on something like that, and then you have an item on every page, and then you kind of tell your little story. So that would be another way to do it. But this is more life lessons, right? More life lessons. Martine, I shared your little tip every time I do about the little stylus and putting a sticker on there. You guys, that's Martine who came up with that. something I learned today. Yes, I think we did things I learned this week. I think we've done one of those before, but that's one we can repeat all the time. Terry, money can't buy happiness, but it can buy scrapbooking supplies, puppies, washi. There's a lot. Yes. Okay. So this one is I'm not sure if it's a 1 or 2 pager yet. So this one, I have pulled out product from a couple of different collections. I have pulled out some papers from 49 Market Spectrum Gardenia. This was super popular collection, you guys. Both of the paper packs, the Foundations one and then the regular one, Classic, I think, sold out and they just came back. So the paper is now back in stock. What I thought I would do, I think I was thinking 2-pager because I had pulled these guys out. I pulled these guys out and thought I might figure out sorry, my brain just went another direction for a minute. That I might figure out how to use both of these, but I only think I don't think this is going to be a 2-page list. I don't have enough things to go on a list for 2 pages, so one may end up being decorative. What could be kind of fun if you figured out the right way to do it. This paper reminds me of one of Vicky's papers. We looked at this a few minutes ago. From Where to Next. It was a list that I had done in the past of my favorite, oh, here we go. Favorite destinations. So, see how this paper has all those strips on it? This paper has strips on it. I used those strips to write my list. So each of those strips has a different thing on the list. This kind of reminds me of that. So you could try something like that. If you were going to try something like that, I'd probably use a little bit of a thicker pen than I normally use. I normally use that super fine Sharpie, which worked here because those are pretty plain strips. These strips are a little bit more busy. They have a little bit more going on. So you could do it, but you'd probably want to use a little bit of a thicker pen if you were writing on there. So I thought that could work if you want to do something like that. But I really like this. I really like that stripe. I really like this stripe. I have an idea. So I think what I could do, this can still be a 2-page list, and I can trim this down and do my white cardstock on there, and I'll still see all of that color. Over here, I could still use this, but I think I could use a quote. I could probably either handwrite a quote or put a quote on a piece of cardstock or something like that and put that over here. Maybe a life lessons type quote. So then I can still see all of that beautiful pattern. Actually, I think it should go this way. Yes, it goes this way. So I could still use all that beautiful pattern, but I wouldn't lose all of that, because if I put a white piece of cardstock on top of there, I'd basically lose all of that. I just see a little bit on the side. So that's what I'm going to do. It's funny when you look at there's no sketch for that, friends. That was my sketch for that. I didn't even that. I knew I wanted to use the alpha stickers, and then I would write conveniences under it. That one has no sketch, so we're kind of on the fly here. Okay, so this guy, we know we need to trim down to 4 3/4. So I'm going to take a little bit off of both sides because I want it. Oh, whoopsie! I want it to be even. Right? I want that to be even. So let's see. Oh yeah, I need to take way more than that. Four 3/4. There we go. Oh, way too much still. Okay. There we go. Even-ish, right? I'm even-ish. That will go over here. And, look it. Maybe we need to save these. Might do something. All right, around the outside corners, the far right corners. If you're using this paper, just make sure that it's not upside down. And you know, because like motor services, this is a little bit hard to tell because it runs horizontal, but that is how you know, motor services, and there's some little text right there, and then your numbers down there. So that will go there. Oh, here it is. I lost it. If you haven't used 49 and Market products before, their paper, their pattern paper is really nice, heavy duty like cardstock. So a little bit thicker than other companies, just so you know. 49 and Market is killing it these days. So many good collections. Spectrum Gardenia is so beautiful just because all the brilliant, beautiful, beautiful colors. Let's see where we want that to go. So look at, if I rotate it that way, then I've got purple, purple. So everything's kind of purple towards the bottom, as opposed to doing it like that, where I have purple, purple, kitty corner or catty corner. I think I'm going to do it this way. Okay. So this needs to also be 4 3/4. So let's see how we want to trim that. 4 3/4. Do I get rid of too much there? No. That's fine. Okay. Oh, so this could be another fun thing, friends. Just had another idea. So watch this. Now this would be, it'd be busy, but you could totally do it. See these little rays here? Those rays remind me of those rays. So that one we used a stencil and some ink and the blending tool to color in the rays, and then I put word stickers in the rays. But when you have rays that also give you a good spot for, you could write your life lessons in there if you wanted. That might be kind of fun. And then you just need to have something there that said life lessons. You know what? This could totally take a whole other direction. Should we try it? If I did that, then I would need to do here like life lessons. I don't know. We're totally, now I'm totally going rogue. I'm totally going rogue from what I had planned. So let's just see. Let's see. I know, right, Terry? Terry said, Lael, where are you going to use the rub-ons? Not a lot of white space left. So this was my original thought, Terry. My original thought was that I was going to do my list here, and then I would use some rub-ons kind of at the side of the list. But if I'm not doing that, we'll still figure out how to use them. It'll just be a little bit different than we thought. Don't worry. Because I think I'm going to go a different direction over here. I think it might be fun to kind of use those rays. So I am oh, not in there. Not in there. I'm looking for my alphabet stickers. Alphabet stickers. So these are all of my Simple Stories Color Vibe Alpha stickers. I don't know. They have probably 12 or 13, I want to say now. Different alpha sticker books. With the two newest being Darks and Boho. What's nice about the sticker books, if you are not familiar with the Simple Stories sticker books, 12 sheets, 2 sheets each of 6 different colors. So one color, you have 3 alphas. You have a larger, a smaller, and then you have the little blocks. Actually, I could just show you that here. There's the larger. There's the smaller, and then there's a little block. So you end up with 1,758 stickers in that little sticker book. And they come in so many different colors. Darks, brights, lights, summer, fall, winter. The one I'm looking for that I want to use, I think, is there's even a woods one. But I am looking for the basics one because I think I'd like to use black. I think I'd like to use black. So this will say, I think, more life lessons in the center. We'll see how that goes, okay? We'll see how that works. 49 and Market, though, they have, oh my gosh, a couple new ones coming out that I have on order. So as soon as they start shipping them, I will have them. One is a Christmas that is gorgeous. Another one is a summer. Oh, they're both so fun. So watch for those. So I think what I need to do, I probably need my littles. I think I need these guys. Otherwise, this is going to take up a ton of room if I use the big ones. Now, what I am looking at, I don't know. Now I'm like totally going rogue. So let me look at something. Circle punch. What if we did this? My white cardstock go. Oh, if the other half of my room wasn't already put away, I would go to one of my scraps, but it's put away. What if we tried that? What if that went in the center? Because look you can kind of see there's circles there. What if that went in the center, right, like that, and I I used, maybe the little ones, more life lessons. Maybe. I think that could be fun for my title. So if I do that, I need to do something. I need to do something. 1.5, let me look. What's that one? 1.5? 1.5. So let me just look here. If I do this, if I do a second circle punch, I think that's going to be way too small. What I'd really like to do is to be able to outline that. I can't outline in a circle very well. Oh, actually I can. I can outline in a perfect circle. If I take a roll of washi. Let's see, does that work? No, a little bit too big. So, hang on. I have about 1,000 rolls here, or more. Oh, okay. Is that probably the same? So I'm going to play. We're going to try this and see what happens, okay? We're going to try this. So I'm using that so I can do my little outlining. Using that as a little template. Boy, that might even be too small. Yeah, this may not work. It may, in theory, work, but we'll see. Yeah, theory. In theory, it works. In reality, it does not at all. So we will not do that. We'll just turn that over, and we'll say, we tried it. We tried it. If I had something that was a little bit smoother than that roll of washi, in the rub-ons next to use, there is a life. Oh, look it. Terry, life lessons. There we go. All right, I love it. Let's do it. Okay, so we are going to, let's talk rub-ons. Terry had asked last week if I would do a refresher on rub-ons. Rub-ons have been around forever and a day. They've been around a really long time. I've been scrapbooking, paper crafting, memory keeping, whatever you want to call it, for 26 years. Started when I was pregnant with our oldest son, Jack. So I've been doing it for a long time. And like many things, it's like fashion. Things come and go. Things come and go. But things that were around at one time eventually end up making their way around again, right? Like bell-bottom jeans, or hopefully the low-rise jeans never come back, because I'm never going there again, I promise you. I'm never doing that. Anyhow, things come back. Rub-ons, something that you've started to see come back in the last year or so. And rub-ons, if you know how to use them, like a lot of things, can be really fun. But if you don't know how to use them, it's another one of those things where you may use them and then throw them against the wall and then throw them in the garbage because you're frustrated. So we'll talk about a couple things that make using rub-ons super easy. The first is, hang on. Rub-ons always come, it's like a transfer. So if you kind of think like a temporary tattoo. Remember when you were a little kid and you'd put a temporary tattoo on and it was on a little sheet, and you'd get it wet and then it'd come off on you. So it's kind of like a transfer, but you don't get it wet. So your rub-ons will always have the main sheet, and that has the rub-on or the transfer. And then you have a protective sheet on the back, okay? That protective sheet, it's really important that the protective sheet stays with the sheet. If it doesn't stay with the sheet, this is really sticky. They're meant to transfer. So if the protective sheet separates from the transfer, this is going to transfer everywhere. Places you probably don't want it to transfer. You will lose it. So first thing I do when I open a new package of rub-ons is this. Well, that one doesn't have a staple in it. So first thing I do when I open a new package of rub-ons is this, staple, okay? Staple, okay, staple it together. So that way, that's not coming apart. Now, if I know I want to use Life is Good, for me personally, would never take the entire sheet. If I wanted to use Life is Good, I would never take the backer off and then do this to put that on. Because all of these guys are exposed. That means they could get, they're going to transfer somewhere, right? If I press down and I'm doing my little rub-on, chances are some of these are going to transfer where I don't want them to transfer. So instead of taking the full sheet to transfer, I take just what I need. Okay, so in here, I just need the part that says Life. Because that's genius, because Terry saw that it said Life. And we can use that for more life lessons, okay? So there's Life. I have now separated from the sheet, okay? Now I want to pull off the little back. Okay, that's ready to go. So before I do that, I need to think about what I'm going to do here. So I will probably, in this case, I think I can ink it, the edges. It'll kind of give me the outline look. And now, instead of using any other stickers, I am just going to write the rest of it. So I will do that. And then, depending on the manufacturer, some include a little popsicle stick in the package. Others include, 49 to Market includes this little, I call it a Lick-A-Maid stick. Okay, I call it a Lick-A-Maid stick. You guys remember a Lick-A-Maid? Basically that pouch full of sugar that you would like take the little sugar stick and lick the sugar stick and then dip it in the sugar. This reminds me of a Lick-A-Maid stick. It's just it's a plastic, right? Plastic stick. This is what you're going to use to transfer the rub-on, the design, onto whatever you're trying to put it on. So, right, and Nancy, it's kind of like a little mini bone folder. I think the reason it reminds me of a Lick-A-Maid stick is because it's that really chalky white, and it's about the length of a Lick-A-Maid stick. All right, so I want to hold that. I want to use that angle here. I don't want to use that little pointy. I'm just using that angle. If I'm using a popsicle stick, okay, if I'm using a popsicle stick, I don't really have to worry about an angle, but I'm kind of using that little part as well. If you're used to using a bone folder, same thing, where you'd use that. You can probably use a bone folder for this as well. You need something that's blunt. So I'm going to hold this and just start rubbing it over the surface. Okay. Now, rub-ons are made at different factories, and you can tell because some are stickier than others, some are a little bit different than others. So it's just know what you have. Doing that. Now, I don't right now want to lift the whole thing up. I need to test it. I need to make sure that that entire design transferred. So I'm going to grab my little tweezers and I'm going to gently peel back. Gently, gently, gently. There's a little piece there that I didn't quite get. See, I'm still holding over here. I'm still holding on for dear life over here. Life, for dear life. Keep going. Gently peel back. Gently peel back. And I want to do that until I peel everything away. Because if, let's say, part of life over here, part of the bottom of the eye was missing, if I'm still holding on, I just lay it right back down. It's in the exact same place. If I had pulled it off, I could still do it, but I'd have to kind of get everything to line up again. And it's as easy as that, okay? It's as easy as that. So this is, these are called the extras from Spectrum Gardenia. So beautiful colors and words. These could be great for titles on your list. I mean, they could be great for so many different things. what makes me happy. All the details could be like as part of your about last month, your favorite photos from the month, anyhow, lots of different things. So that is the extras set. So the extras set has the alphas. It has 2 sets of stitches. So look at this. How cool are these? It's like stitches. It's like sewing machine. So you can just, because they're clear, right? You're only transferring on, like those look like individual little stickers, right? Because they're clear. There is nothing in that space. So it's not like a white sticker or clear sticker where it has something in that space. It's only that. Those are individual, separate, if that makes sense. So if I use these guys, it's literally like I sewed on there. But I didn't have to get out the sewing machine and fight with the stinking bobbin that always makes a huge mess for me. So that one, they have 6. The 49 and Market have 6x8 sheets in their packs. So you kind of have just a nice little background, some color. I love that one with the little, let's see, this little guy. Super fun. So lots of different ones. 49 and Market does a ton of them with their collections. That one, those are the leaves. So 6 sheets of leaves, rub-ons. These are the botanical set. So leaves and butterflies, and I think we'll leave this out. We might do something with that. Then I also pulled in these guys. So these are Simple Stories. They're from the Simple Vintage Essentials collection. So you have butterflies, 2 sheets, botanicals, 2 sheets. Simple Stories does the popsicle stick. And then this is typeset. So this is really fun. You kind of have different numbers and letters, and that's typeset. All right, so now we have a life, and I'm going to do my little inking. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to ink that in black. I am going to ink it in black. Oh, hey, let's see. I think I do, because I think I have black soot. Oh, I do. Yes, black soot. Oh, yeah. I have hand issues, you guys. Like, I don't like to get. That's probably why I don't do mixed media. Oh, let's see. I don't like to. Once I have my new cabinets, these will have a place so they don't sit on top of each other. I don't like to get my fingers all inky. So I am going to use my. Where'd my tweezers go? I didn't put them away. Here they are. Okay, especially for this guy, the black guy. Black soot. Uh-oh. Look at that. I've never seen that happen. I'm going to need to get out. Ooh. Oh, it's sticky. The whole sticky just came off. Okay, there we go. All right, now we'll get the black. So I use Distress Oxides. Distress Oxides are a pigment-based ink. They are on your little foam pads, always going to have ink on them. So, like if I do that, look at, I have pink on my finger because the oxides just aren't drying on the foam, the pigment-based ink. That's why you need to be careful when you're pulling your little guys off, or however you're using your things, that you can pull them off with your fingers, but just be aware if you pull them off with your fingers that they still have the ink on them, and so you want to clean that off. And that is about, you want to put me in torture, make me like hold things like that and get ink all over my fingers. That'll do it. Okay, so let's, black soot, let's get it. Let's get it out. Here we go. I don't ink with black very often. I mean, I use black all the time, but I don't ink the edges with black, like ever. Okay, same thing. Circular motion. One thing when it comes to your inks, Tim Holtz does oxides, so Distress ink oxides and Distress inks. There is a difference. Distress oxides are a pigment-based ink. They are in a gray tin. Distress inks are dye-based inks. They are in a black tin. Well, not tin, but plastic. If you've ever wondered visually why some are black and some are gray, that's why. The gray are oxides, the black are just the regular distress. And it's important that you know that there is a difference. There is a difference between between pigment-based ink and dye-based ink. They have different properties, and I don't even pretend to know all those things because that's not how I use them. I don't use them for mixed media. I don't blend different colors. If you're blending, you want to use oxides as opposed to dye-based inks, or pigment as opposed to dye-based inks, I think. You have to also be careful that you don't cross-contaminate, meaning even though I might have lumberjack plaid in distress oxide and I might have lumberjack plaid in distress ink, I would never want to use the same ink pad, the little ink dauber for them, because two different properties. And you don't want to mix them because you've then contaminated that little ink pad. So if you have both, you would want to do one oxide and one distress ink. And I don't like to talk about any of that too much because I just like oxides because I like that they have more coverage. They're a little bit more opaque. That's why I like to use them. For me, it's not I need the properties because I want to do ink blending and I want to use water with an oxide so it pools or blends, or I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying because I don't do any of that. But it's just important to know the difference. If you want to know more about what the differences are, in the description box of the video, at the very bottom, I have linked to two different videos. One is a video, they're both at scrapbook.com, so just follow the link. One video talks about the differences between a dye-based ink and a pigment-based ink, even a hybrid. So hybrid is a mix of the two. And it is not any brand in particular. So it's just talking about pigment versus dye-based ink. There is another video that very specifically talks about the difference between the distress oxides and the distress inks. And there's lots of side-by-side examples. So if you want to know more, that you go to the experts. I'm not the expert. I just know what I like because how I use them, it's what I like. All right, so we'll do a little bit of outlining here. It will either very much like the way this turns out, or I'll be like, meh. And then the nice thing is, it's just a list, so we move on. We don't care if it's wonderful or perfect, or it's just we put it down and got it done, right? I think I could. So there's going to be a lot of black over here if I'm writing the life lessons in those little things. So I know a way I could add a little bit more black over here with rub-ons. So this is more, ooh, that's a little bit crooked, isn't it? My life is crooked. I have a crooked life. No, I'm not crooked. Don't get me wrong. I am not crooked. I'm a very honest person. I only cross the street on the crosswalk because I'm very much a rule abider. Okay, here we go. More life lessons. More life lessons. Okay, there we are. And now I'm going to write my life lessons in here, in the little rays of the whatever that is. Okay, life lessons are more life lessons. Now, I also can't promise that none of these are duplicated because clearly I forgot that we did them back in April. So, money can't buy happiness. So I need to think about, I guess I need to go this way. Money can't buy happiness. All right? Now, I guess I do it this way. I keep writing that way. Okay. This one I'm going to make a little bit longer. You catch more flies with honey than vinegar. A life lesson I learned at a young age and have taught the boys. I don't know, that's a big one for me. It's just be nice. It pays to be nice, right? It pays to be nice. So there we go. That's how we're working so far. One of the things I think that I will do, as part of the paper, there is stitching as part of the paper design that is separating some of these colors. So some of them have the black separating the space and some don't. So if I wanted, I could come in, let's do it. Let's do it with these. So I think I'll staple at the bottom. There's a little bit more room to staple here at the bottom. And the nice thing is, let's see, let's just use some of these little stitching things. Figure out where they're gonna go. This little guy, well, this guy is too long, but that's okay because I will just cut it. We'll just cut it right about here. I will leave this one in case I need a little extra piece. We'll just leave that right there. And I'll come in again with my little stick. If I wanted to, I could have just taken my black pen and then maybe done the same thing. Well, I really could have probably done the same thing. Or I could have just made a line on all those places. But I think it will be helpful to, oh yeah, look, there we go. It's my little thing there. So now it kind of ties in with that one and that one and that one. Let's see if we want to do them on all the places. This is very much a play day today, you guys. This list is turning out very different than it was in my head. Very different from how I thought it was going to turn out. Well, because I had something completely different in mind. But I thought those little rays could be fun. Okay. Ooh, all right. So look at that little piece didn't go. I mean, not that it would matter because you really wouldn't even know that it was supposed to be there. But that's why if you hold on to it and then lift up, you're good. I love how fine those are. I'm going to bring that up so you guys can just see how fine those little pieces are. Just those little stitching things. It looks like I have mad sewing skills. I do not have mad sewing skills by any means. I am the person that you get the sewing machine out and you even look at it and the whole bobbin just immediately just gets all tangled. I am very, very much admire people that can sew. Because some people can like sew like nobody's business, right? You know, people like that you're like, holy cow. My mom, when I was growing up, my mom would sew all of our clothes. Like when I was little. And the cutest little outfits, right? Little jumpers and things like that. Little rompers or jumpers or whatever you call them. You could totally do this with a pen. Like you could fake your stitching with the pen, right? You could just do even just your regular, I don't even know what you call it, like your regular stitch. Your regular stitch, the one that just has little dashes, right? And then that looks like faux stitching. You just have your little dashes. All right, easy peasy, easy peasy. Let me look. There's all kinds of things I'm looking at here. Oh, we're talking about the Basic Gray stylus. Yes, I used to work for Basic Gray. I have I know I have one somewhere. One of their little styluses, the little like roller ball end. I'm sure it's in my drawer because that wouldn't be something I would get rid of because I probably thought, hey, one day rub-ons might come back in stock. I mean, back in style again. Here they are. So what a rub-on gives you that a sticker doesn't, is that in most cases with a sticker, you have the white, background behind it, right? The white, and that would totally be odd here because you'd see it in those places. But the other thing, even a clear sticker is still going to have a little outline around it, whereas a rub-on doesn't have any of that. Okay, are we watching paint dry now, friends? Does it feel like we're watching paint dry as I just keep adding my stitching? Now, if I was a really good sewer, I would just have this done in about 2 seconds with my sewing machine, but alas, I am not. So we're just playing. We're just having fun. Oh, I was reading the chat. I remember that now. Oh, a paper piece. Squirrel, you look so tan. I wish I could get tan. Paper piece, foam, self-tanner, foam tanner, whatever it is. I don't spend a ton of time in the sun. So I got a little bit of sun when we were in Colorado because we went hiking one day. But other than that, I really don't get a lot of sun. So self-tanner, foam tanner. That is what I like to do. But part of it is I'm just, I have a little bit of olive in me, a little bit of olive tone. So that helps a little bit. But yeah, self-tanner, I'm all over that. That's just easy. Especially when it gets super hot in the winter, summertime, right? When it's super hot like it is right now. Be outside, you just about die. Let's see. Nancy said, I'm glad you did this tutorial as I just purchased some rub-ons. They're so cute. So easy to use, right? So easy to use. Hi, Louisa. Nice to see you. Oh, audiobooks. Yes. Back on the modern conveniences for sure. Aunt Recreate said, I love this layout. Love the writing in the white space and then the color in the rays. I have to order this collection. Love the paper. So some of you guys are like, this is cool, but I don't make lists. I am a scrapbooker. I like to add my photos. I like to do all that. And I say, well, guess what? Add your photos, right? You have a whole other page. Just because I don't add photos to all of my lists doesn't mean that you can't add your photos. Now, let's talk about what kind of photos you might use on a list like this. You're like, well, I don't have a photo of you catch more flies with honey, and I certainly don't want to add a photo of flies. Then I say, hey, who taught you that? Like, did your grandmother teach you catch more flies with honey? Then guess what? Put a photo of your grandmother on this page, right? Because she taught you some of these life lessons. Or your favorite teacher. Maybe your favorite teacher from high school. You learned so much from your favorite teacher. Put a photo of your favorite teacher on here. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be literal. So if you want to add your photos, you can absolutely still add your photos. You don't have to, you don't have a photo of, you have to have a photo exactly of what it is. In fact, even our last list, modern conveniences. I mean, you could have a photo of your Keurig coffee maker because that's one of your favorite coffee pods. It's one of your favorite modern conveniences. So you just put a photo of your coffee, your Keurig on there. Or put a photo of your, or a bunch of photos, right? You could do one of your collage photos and have your coffee maker, and then you have your vacuum cleaner, and you have the microwave, and you have all those things that are just modern conveniences. And they don't have to be your photos. You don't have to take a picture of all your own things. I mean, that you could if you want, but go to Google. If you have a Keurig coffee maker, go to Google, find the picture of the Keurig coffee maker, right click on it, save it to your computer or your phone, and then just print it out from there, right? You don't have to take the photos. Okay, we're getting close, friends. I know it seems like it's watching paint dry, but I have to do it because I need to make sure that I don't write in places I shouldn't write, So we'll just get there. If you want to hang with me and do it, you can. You don't have to. Probably if you didn't want to, you're no longer here. Or you had something else to do on this lovely Saturday, right? Right, because I need to make sure that I leave room for the writing part. Ooh, that one's got a lot going on there, doesn't it? Look at, I have this little piece. I'll just add this little extra piece on that I had, and you'll never even know that oh, whoopsie. Wrong side. Wrong side. You'll never even know that it wasn't part of it. You'll never know. Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know. Nobody's gonna know. curious, friends. I know things are popping into my head. This is what happens after the song. Things pop in my head and then I just say them. So I'm curious. Earlier this week, Meta or Facebook or Instagram or whatever, the parent company that owns all of those is Meta. They just released a new app that is in direct competition with Twitter called Threads. And I'm just curious, are you guys on Threads? Are you reading things on Threads? Are you like Threads? What the heck is Threads? Are you like, ain't nobody got time for that? That's me. I've never, well, I sometimes get some news feeds on Twitter, but I don't go on Twitter and write things. So I say I'm not on Twitter and I'm not Threads. That's just one more thing. And then I'm like, I don't have time for that. I got to pick my battles and that's not a battle that I'm willing to pick. I mean, it's not a battle, you know what I mean? But I'm just curious, are you on Threads? If you are, what do you think about it? Terry has mad sewing skills, is never stitched on paper. Your mom created wedding dresses and formals, right? For 30 years. You worked with her for 10 years. Oh my gosh, I wish I had that skill. That's really cool, Terry. And that you and your mom did it together. Aunt Recreates, your mom used to sew matching outfits. Yep, there's one photo that my mom and my sister and I, and it's black and white, and my mom made these like vests and pantsuits for us out of plaid. And the three of us have the same thing on. Matching dresses. Nancy's using the rub-ons to her agenda planner and current traveler's notebooks as well as the occasional list. I love it. Brenda's back. Hi, Brenda. Had to connect with the hubby. Therapeutic. So, Cindy, are we talking about sewing? Are you talking about Threads? No Threads for Julie. Threads for Cindy. She's on it. Nancy said it wasn't even on Twitter because it was too political. Yeah, lots of politics, right? Absolutely. Aunt Recreate said no Threads for me. Already too much social media. One more thing to check. Exactly. And for me, one more thing to check, and then one more content that I have to produce. Yeah. Cindy's a lurker on both. Yeah, just another. For me, I just can't. And that's also no TikTok. Not on TikTok. And really, it's one of those things that I really have to be careful with because that is a time suck. Like, even on Reels on Instagram, sometimes I'll be, you'll like somehow go down a rabbit hole and it could be an hour later and I'm like, holy cow, where'd the last hour go? Like, yeah, I just can't do it. Can't do it. So I just have to stay away. Sometimes Instagram, although I'm much better with Instagram these days. It's another thing that I'm like, I don't have time. I don't have time. I wish I did because, I like it and, I just don't have time to do it, so. Oh well, can only do so much, right? We can only do so much, can't do all the things. Gotta pick our battles. Okay, gotta pick what gives you the most bang for your buck. Alrighty, oh, my stomach is starting to growl. It needs to be lunchtime soon. All right, this will go quickly. These are, I don't have to pay as much. I don't have to be as careful with these because if there was part of it that didn't really get attached, then I could just use my pen to do it, pretend. To fake it. Dandy. I am not even going to look on Threads. Dandy, same here. I can't do it. Just can't do it, so. I don't know, it's probably like if you have an issue with anything, right? If you have an issue, because it can be addicting, right? I mean, for some people, social media is 100% an addiction. So if you don't get on it, then you're not, it's like smoking or drinking or I don't know, whatever thing you might be addicted to. If you don't go there, then can't cause a problem. If I don't go there, it can't be a time suck. So not doing it. Can't do it. All right, we're almost there. We just have a little red to go and then that little pink and then we're done. Well, and then I'm done with the rub-on part of things. Deborah spends most of her social media time on Substack. Okay, guess what? I don't even know what that is. I don't know what Substack is. No clue. Where have I been? Don't know. What is that, Deborah? Terry said, never did Twitter, so no Threads for her, except the ones all over me when I sew, right? I love it. Like the literal threads from the fabric. Well, from the thread. The threads from the thread or the fabric. Yeah. Okay. All right, one more. One more, and then we're done. But look at, a sheet like that goes a long way, doesn't it? And if I know I only need a little teeny bit, well, look at, then I just do that. I just cut off the little teeny bit that I need to. And because it's stapled, everything is still all good. I think the staple trick is worth its weight in gold. You know what? I'm going to try something, you guys, and I don't know if it'll work. Way back in the day when I worked for Scenic Route, rub-ons were a really big thing back then. And we had rub-ons, and I would teach a lot of classes, and rub-ons would be part of the class. There was a trick that I learned back then. I'm going to see if this will work. We'll do a little experimenting. Hang on. A trick on how to get a rub-on off of something that you didn't want it on. So I don't know if this will work. It worked back in the day, but I don't know if the technology's changed or how they do the rub-ons or anything. So let's pretend that here's my beautiful list or layout or whatever, and oh no, I accidentally got this guy right here. That guy is accidentally right in the middle of my project, and I don't want it there. It used to be that you could take a piece of tape, like a piece of Scotch tape, okay? Take a piece of Scotch tape, like this, and you could rub it over the rub-on and gently peel it back. Well, it removed a little bit of it, so well, you can see there, it removed just a little bit. So I'd have to keep playing and see if it depends on the paper that you have it on, because it was always on scrapbook paper. So I'm going to try just one more thing so we'll know. Oh, here we go. We'll know if it works or not. So let me try it on this piece. So this was a piece of the pattern paper. Let's see if that makes a difference. I never tried to get it off cardstock. Okay, let's do that again. Nope. So we know that doesn't work with the 49 and Market rub-ons. I'll have to try that with the Simple Stories ones and see if it works. But yeah, it's not pulling that up. So you used to be able, if you got it in the wrong place, you could take your Scotch tape and then rub it and then like retake it up. You couldn't use it again, but that would help. So I'll have to play with the Simple Stories ones and see if that will do it. Okay, so let's keep going with the things on my list, my life lessons list, my more life lessons list. Okay, so there's a bunch of ways to put this. I think I need to keep going this way. Life is a marathon, not a race. Slow down and don't rush things. Things will happen as they are meant to happen and on their own timeline. So that one, if you were shortening that, could obviously be very short. So maybe I should have gone that way. Oh well. Life is a marathon, not a race, or don't rush things, or slow down, or whatever. Dandy said the Reels rabbit hole is so hypnotizing. Totally. Oh, Substack is newsletters. Very interesting. Okay, very interesting. Long form essays. Never blame anyone in life. The good people give you happiness. The worst people give you a lesson. Oh, look at that, Jackie. Never blame anyone in life. The good people give you happiness. The worst people give you a lesson. The best people give you memories. Oh, I love that. That is so good. Okay. Oh, this is a good one. You can't please anyone. Oh, no. Whoops. That was supposed to say everyone. So, oh boy. So don't bother trying. Oh my goodness. That's a big mistake, isn't it? You can't please anyone. That needs to say you can't please everyone. So this will have to get fixed later. Where's my other white pen? It's not there. I need to find my other white pen that's a little bit of a broader nib, and I can write over that. So I will be able to, I don't know where it is. I will come back in. Yeah, that one's not going to work. It's too fine. Where is it? Anyhow, you can see I'm slowly starting to erase. When I say erase, I mean write over the anyone. I'll bring that up so you can see it in a sec. It just will go much faster if I have my white pen that's like a 0.08 or a 0.1. So see how you can kind of see I'm writing over that? So I will continue to write over the any, and then I will change it to the every. That's a very big distinction there. Anyone versus everyone. Yeah, that was supposed to say everyone. You can't please everyone, so don't bother trying. Yeah. Whew, that was a mess up. It's okay to say, I don't know. Don't make it up, right? If somebody asks you a question, you don't know the answer, it's okay to say, I don't know. I think that's really important for kids, especially kids that are young and working. Don't make up the answer. That is never going to serve you well. Say, I don't know. I think most people would rather, let's say you go to a restaurant and you're like, are there any nuts in that dish? Don't make it up and say no. Say, I don't know. I will find out for you. Yes. It's okay to say, I don't know. Oh, this is a big one. We're going to do this one over here. It's not all about you. Okay? It's not all about you. It's about other people too. I'm going to have more than I have room for, but that's okay. Patience is a virtue. This one is still a life lesson. I am working to master. It is a hard one. For me, that is such a hard one. I am such an impatient person. Such an impatient person. Patience is a virtue. Don't take people for granted in your life. You don't know when things may change and they are no longer there. All right, so there we go. There's more life lessons. More life lessons since April. More since April. All right, so there we go. Now, I like how that turned out. That is very different for me. That's very kind of loose and lots of stuff going on and lots of, usually this is more me. Nice and clean, nice and clean. This just has a lot going on, but I like it because it's different. Sometimes we need to do things that get us out of our comfort zone, right? So that was just a little bit different. And I really let the design of that paper steer me in a direction that I didn't even know I was going to go, right? The design from both the rays, if you will, and then the center, right? I've never punched a circle and put a title in it, ever, in anything we've done. But it just kind of, I let that design of the paper guide me because I did not have a plan really for this. Okay, so now I have, there's still a lot going on. I had thought maybe I would do a quote or something up here. I'm not sure if I will do that. We'll have to see. The one thing I do know I want to do right now, there's a lot of black over here and there's not much black over here. So it kind of looks imbalanced to me. It doesn't look balanced. So if I look at bringing in some of these guys, these are the Simple Vintage from Simple Stories, Simple Vintage Essentials. So what if, ooh, I kind of like this. So if I put maybe that over here, let's do it. Let's do it. Oh yeah, we got that one from Jackie. I love that one. Good morning from Sydney. Hi, Debbie Haynes. It's 5:55 a.m. there. She's loving the life lessons page, and the 49 and Market rub-ons are beautiful. Yeah, they're beautiful. They're like butter. They are like butter. So Simple Stories, 2 sheets, 6 by 8, and I'm going to use them the same, right? I would use them no differently. My little process, I would always staple to start. That has saved me many, many, many times in the past. Do we want to do that, or well, we can do this. Whoopsie. If I'm not sure which one I want to use, I can do this. I can cut this one off, and for now I'm going to staple it, and then I can also cut this one off. So I might want to use this one instead, so let's just see. And then if I decide I don't want to use it, then I just put it right back in the bag. So this is what this one would look like here. Wah! So that's a lot. That's probably more than I want to do there. So let's just go ahead. All is not lost. All we're going to do is, whoopsie, Lael. Oh no, I did it right. Okay. Get that back on there and staple it so it'll just go right back in the package that way. But I think I would like to use this one. Oh, you know what would be really cool? You know what we need? We need some rub-on staples. Look it, because generally, like in Traveler's Notebook, I don't want to put a staple because then you'd see the back thing on the other page and then make a big bulk. It'd be cool if we had rub-on staples. Okay, so this we're just going to make about right there, I think. It'll just give us a little bit more black. Wow, this is totally outside of my usual. What's cool, you guys, though, about when we talk about outside of my usual, it's no secret, I am not a mixed media person. It's just not a world I play in, and it's not something I'm comfortable with because I don't know how to do it, right? I don't know how to do it, and the messy part is just, yeah. But look what I can use. I can use pattern paper that already does all that stuff for me. It's watercolor up here, it's stitching, it's all kinds of things in different layers. I can use that, and I can use rub-ons, right, to make it look like I do mixed media, but it's in a very neat, contained way, right? All right, so this one I've got, whoopsie, this one I have to play with a little bit more because I couldn't see. There are spots here that I wasn't rubbing on. There we go. Okay, and then it's just kind of releasing. Oopsie, right here. That's why I want to keep holding on at the bottom. Now with these, because they're black, I can actually see, and I can't show you this but if you use black, once you press over it, it kind of turns a gray. And it's turning a gray because it's released. The black is now on the paper, and that's why it looks gray, because it has released or transferred from the sheet. And you really couldn't see it with those little guys. Okay, so now I can see pretty well what that looks like. Are we good? Yeah, we're pretty good. There we go. Now, I feel like I need maybe just something right up in there. Maybe a little something else in there, and maybe something else in there. So we have these little guys. Let's get these put back away right now. So these will go back in here, just so we don't lose them. Back in their little package. There are lots of hearts on both the butterflies and on the botanicals. So I think I could maybe do a little heart over here by the life lessons. I mean, that's a great example of what's nice about a rub-on. Like, I could never do that with a sticker, right? Because I'd see like the white outline. And if I had the white outline around there as a sticker, it would look odd, right? So that's a great kind of example of how a rub-on is different than a sticker or die cut, because the die cuts are going to have the outline around them too. What if we did this little guy up here? Let's see. Maybe that little guy up there, because that will put a little bit of that black in there, just the background in there as well. So let's do this. Oh, now I've got all the popsicle sticks. Okay, so let's do that. I don't think I want that other heart there, so let's just do that. Okay. That was weird. That kind of looks like a little camera, doesn't it? So we'll just put this right up there. And then there's kind of that white space there, right? Kind of that white space, so that will just fill this in a little bit. Again, if I wanted to photo, I could totally put a photo in there. That would it would work. So if you are more of a scrapbooker and you want to add your photos, you can still do all this. Just make your list, but then add your photos. Okay, there we go. Now I need a little, oh, okay. So if I had done this all over again, what I might have done, because this is still pretty white, I don't know, I might have like taken something like that and put that as the background on that little circle, right? It wouldn't be so stark that way, but it's fine. It is fine and dandy. Let's see. I think we just need a little tiny one like this. Maybe just this little tiny guy. Just a little tiny, oh my goodness, it's 2. It is 2, no wonder. No wonder I'm thinking I'm hungry. There we go, just that little heart. Just a little heart. All right, guys, we're just about wrapped up. We're just about done. Lots of experimenting today, right? This one took us a while because we played with rub-ons, right? All of that and our title in the center. Okay, there we go. I may still do something over here. I'm not sure. I don't know. I may just leave it because there's a lot going on, right? I do need to date this. Let's go back and look at our, let's go back and look at our date stamp and see if we want to put a date stamp there or we just want to put something a little teeny tiny. We'll see. Let's do it this way. Now I've got to decide if, oh yeah, so the guys are coming Monday. So really all of this has to be cleaned up by Monday. Like everything has to be gone and out. So I've got to decide how much I want to work on it today after all of this. I just may not want to, right? It might have to all be tomorrow. All right, Lily said she'd come back tomorrow and help me, so that's awesome. She's just the most awesome. I'm so lucky to have her. All right, let's look at our date stamp. Where are they? It's a date. It's a date. Let's see. I don't know. No, that's going to get lost there. That's going to be... I'm not going to use this one. I am going to use for, whoopsie, date. I am going to use handy dandy small roller date stamp. So it would be July 8, 2023. Now, when I say I test every stamp before I use it, I mean even this one, because sometimes you may not have realized that you were using it on a project and you were dating something from 2021 and then you forgot. And you're like, oh, it always is 2023, so I'm fine. And then you stamp and you go, oh no. So I always, always, always test, just always, because it's just a good habit to get into. There we go, July 8th, 2023, that looks good. So I'm just gonna put this little guy right down here. There we go. Okay, so that's it for now. I don't know if I probably won't come back and do anything because then it's gonna be a lot. It will be a lot. I can send this to Vicky and be like, Vicky, look what I did. This is just very much outside of the Lael, what Lael normally does. But it's fun. It's sometimes fun to get out of our comfort zone, right? And do things a little bit differently than we normally would. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to add anything else. It's got a lot going on. And if I add something here, then it'll be a little bit too much. This is in the center here. This is here. So I'm gonna call it good. So those are our 3 lists for today, you guys. More life lessons for the second time. Modern conveniences and no, countries I've traveled. Okay, friends, I am going to turn off the overhead lights or studio lights, and I am going to rotate the camera. Yes, Aunt Recreates, how exciting. Get to move everything back all organized and fresh. Yes, which that's just like a, you know, it's like when you move, you get like a fresh start. You get a fresh start, and sometimes it's good. It definitely makes you look at everything and really decide if you want to bring it back into your space, right? All right, rotating the camera. Rotating, whoopsie. See, look at, because nothing's there. Well, I had to leave this here because this had to be here. And then this is just always here. Then all of this stuff is going to get emptied by Monday. I need to call and find out, like, when on Monday? Like, when are you coming Monday? Because do I have like 4 or 5 more hours that I can, you know, get the stuff out? Okay, guys, that was fun today. I love our Saturdays. I love, love, love our Saturdays. I give myself total freedom to play on Saturdays. I don't, when it's your business, it's hard to make time to be creative because it's kind of, you have to be, you know. So I just love that you guys will come here and hang out with me on Saturdays, whether you're live watching with me or whether you watch the replay. I just love it, and thank you for giving me a place where I can just play and have fun and then be social and chat with you guys. Even though we're all not together in the same room, it feels like we are. I mean, I feel like I know many of you just because of the chat, so I love that. Let's see. All right, guys, I think that's it. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Don't forget, and I'll keep saying this every Saturday until the end of July about the Christmas in July sale. So all Christmas and winter product from last year, and then also the $5 off coupon. So you'll see that right when you go to the website. What's new Wednesday? Coming up this Wednesday, because I've got so many new things to share. All right, I'm gonna go grab something to eat and I don't know, go from there. Have a great weekend, you guys. Stay safe, happy, healthy, all of those things that started out saying during the pandemic and still very applicable, right? Safe, happy, healthy. Safe, happy, healthy. And I hope to see you guys Monday night for the class if you're doing the Hello Sunshine class with me, Wednesday night for What's New Wednesday, or next Saturday for another Listing with Lael, because we're here every Saturday this month. Maybe not the 31st. I may be gone, but you'll know. You'll find out. You'll know. If I'm not here, I'm here, and you won't get an email, and then you'll know it's not happening. I'll make sure to let you know, though. All right, friends. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Bye.